intentions. All right, my friends, here we are in Vegas, in North Vegas, to be exact, and we are starting our live stream from here. It's a beautiful morning here in Las Vegas, and we are going to be flying around. All right, my friends, and here checking. We are in Vegas, in North Vegas, to be exact. Sorry about that. Just checking the audio. So we're going to be flying around Vegas and going into interesting points. We're going to be using Say Intentions AI as a VFR service today. No IFR, no flight planning, just flying around Vegas using the Vegas City update, the most recent one. And we're going to be reviewing the FSExpo, what's been already previewed there in terms of the new things that are coming up in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. We're going to be reviewing the upcoming Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. There's some exciting announcements there. So we're going to be showing you the important parts of showing you the important parts of that presentation there. Some exciting things that are coming in November with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. All right, so we're going to be taking off. We're going to be requesting a clearance from Say Intentions, and let me know if you can hear me, and let me know if you can hear Say Intentions. We're going to right now we're going to request our ATIS here. It looks like we got information Victor. All right, so we're gonna get ground and just taxi to the active runway and take off, and just just enjoy our flying around Vegas and with the new city update, and then we'll, as we do that, we're gonna be showing you the highlights from yesterday from the FSExpo, some of the things that they talked about, some exciting things about Flight Simulator 2024. All right, with further ado, let's get into the bonanza. And then let's request from ground VFR departure. North Vegas International Airport, SIGI 1123, requesting taxi to the active runway for VFR departure. All right, do I have the correct? Yeah, I should be tuning into the correct 121.7 here for ground. Let's see. Still kind of hot in here. I put that AC to high, but it's 89 degrees inside. And unfortunately, I opened that window and it's still, that heat comes in, and it was like 101. And then I opened that, and became 106 right away. So just gonna leave it closed, and let's go back to ground here. Okay. North Vegas ground, Sigi Air 1123 requesting taxi to the active runway for VFR departure. With all that, I forgot to tell them that we have information. Taxi to runway 25 via Hotel Bravo Alpha, cross runway 12 right at my discretion, contact tower and 125.7. Thank you. Alright, so let's get into our 750 here. And we are, so they told us to do, I have to do a check on my bindings here so I can move things around. So it looks like, all right, so via Hotel Bravo. So here's Bravo. I'm not sure where hotel is. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so Hotel Bravo Alpha over here. Then we cross runway 12 right. All right, so gotta cross this runway over here. Over here, and then just go all the way in here. So let's get going. So we gotta pick hotel over here. Just gonna set my autopilot for, let's say, 3,000. The hotel is right in front of us, and we're gonna cross runway 12 over here at my discretion, so that's good. A little bit too fast over here, just gonna pull back. Trying to do too many things at the same time. But that's how we're supposed to be rolling around here. All right, my friends, let me know if you can hear. Let me go outside. That volume is okay. I'm still going too fast here. Tower and 125.7, CE 1123. All right. Let's make sure that we got everything set here. still pretty hot in here. 90 degrees, even though that AC. I'm just gonna have to turn that off for our takeoff. Let's do our checklist. And before takeoff checklist. Mixture, we'll go to rich right here. Check oil temperatures. Let's take a look at that. That all looks pretty good actually. Yep. Check. Auxiliary fuel pump is off. And it's off. Air conditioning off. Yeah, that's too bad. Landing lights on. Over here. Transponder on out mode. And altitude reporting. Squawking 1200. And weather radar is on. Before takeoff checklist completed. Alright, let's contact tower on 125.7. North Vegas Tower, Sigui Air 1123 at runway 12, ready for departure. Clear for takeoff, runway 12, Sigui Air 1123. All right. This black square Bonanza is just a great aircraft here. Flies really well. Easy to get started, easy to fly, and I always use the XI 750 here. It's a great the Garmin one is fantastic. Now I don't need any flaps here. Runway should be enough. And yeah, I'm just not gonna use any flaps. Alright, set power slowly. $80 knots. Check. V1 rotate. Positive right. Gear up. Alright, I'm gonna trim for sometimes my trim wheel gets a little bit wonky. Yeah. All right, let's set 3,000 and we're going with flight director and nav mode. I'll keep it at this altitude. It should be enough to take out and check out the city. Pull back on the throttle just a bit here. So we're looking at the city update Vegas. So that looks pretty good. Let's go do a flyover here. While we do that, let's take a look at what's the upcoming seminars here today at the FSExpo. And upcoming, there's 6 of them. All right, don't get too wonky on me here. 6 of them. The first one coming at 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. That's gonna be, we're building a PC live. All right, so if you are new to Flight Simulator and just want to get going with a PC, and you're wondering what's the best PC and what are the best components and so on and so forth, we'll just go and stream that, and you can watch it. I believe you have to pay $15 to get to do a live view of that, and you don't have to do it if you stay with Sigi Air here. We'll live stream it for you. All right, that looks pretty good on the city update. Yeah, still hot. That cabin still pretty at 98. We'll just put the we'll put the AC on now that we are. Put the nav lights on. There you are. Vegas looks fantastic. Yeah, making a pass over here at the Macon airport. Probably I shouldn't be doing this. But, hey, what the heck? We'll keep the altitude, let's say 310. That's good. And our cabin temperature still at 95, even with that. With the AC blowing. All right. So let's take a look at all right, look at that. So the city tour looking pretty good. I mean, the city update here. It looks fantastic. So, like I was saying, if you are into looking into getting into the sim, well, you may want to check out this. Coming at 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. We're building a PC. Now, my PC here, and I'm streaming at HD, but my setup is 4K with everything in Ultra. Now I have live weather. Actually, I'm using Active Sky, and I'm using FSTL traffic. And as you can see, you know that it's really the details on this at 4K, even though you're watching it at HD at 1080p, it's fantastic. So if you're my specs are basically I have an i7 127K. I have a 4070 RXT Asus, and I got about 64 gigabytes of RAM. So probably you don't need that much RAM, but I do find that I happen to had extra RAM, so I just put it in, and I think it really does make a difference, especially if you are, if you're a content creator and you're streaming and you're running a lot of apps at the same time. It just really helps out. All right, why don't we take a look at, the Vegas looks fantastic with this city up there. I can't say that enough. And I'm sure you probably heard Janet um, talking about Toby again. So we're probably, you're just gonna probably hear her a lot. So that's okay. Some people don't mind Janet. Other people find her a little bit like, you know, a bit of an airhead. Get it? Airhead. All right. I'm gonna check on the volume for. You let me know if the volume for Say Intentions is too high. Yesterday I had a bit of a issue and it was blasting away. So I think it's okay. The volume for Say Intentions. And probably you can hear me okay also. And let me know if the sim also you can hear the sounds of the engine and all of that. Okay, I think it's fine. It's okay. Thank you, Mama Air. Great views. Of course, it's just fantastic, these views from Vegas. And so the first seminar, we're building a PC live. It'll be interesting if you're getting into if you're new to Flight Simulator and want to get a good experience. I think building a robust. Oh yeah, I don't want to crash into any of those hotels here. So sometimes when you get, oh yeah, you get too immersed in what you're doing here, and then we don't want to, be at the expo and then have a crash right there. All right, so we'll be streaming that. We're building a PC live. We'll be streaming that to you. And let's take a look at what happened yesterday. Before that, let's set our course to, let's go to the Hoover Dam. And while we do that, and I think I have that on my nav here. So we're just going to get that in that direction. We'll probably just use our heading mode over here. It's heading mode. All right. And we can just all right, so let's head to the Hoover Dam. All right, so Janet is I'm sure that if you don't know about Say Intentions and the tour guide, this one you can select any tour guide that you want. I always like to put in Janet because she kind of she's entertaining, sometimes annoying, makes sarcastic comments about your flying, and you can get back to her and just say, cut it out. All right, so let's get into looking at the previous ones here, the interesting ones that we saw yesterday. Let's get in the direction of the Hoover Dam. So yesterday, we had international flight dispatch, the other half of your long haul flight. I wasn't too crazy about that one. I did for the user, the sim user that has a little bit more experience or wants to get a little bit more into the flight sim, into how you fly, different approaches. They had one that was called "Are We Doing This Right?" A tour of the RNAV and RMP master. Now I thought that was interesting, so let me play a little bit of that for you here, and hopefully, let me see if I gotta add another. I just want to set it up and make sure that you'll hear the audio. All right, let's play that. Ahead of it.
Maybe too young to even know what this airplane is. We had so much more flying to go, but that day, probably about 8 hours into the day, and we had so much more flying to go. But we were flying a load of chickens, believe it or not, down to a town called Saltillo, Mexico, which, if you're not familiar, is located in a bowl of mountains. And if you look at the right slide, you can kind of see the lay of the land, the geography, and the cities on the left. But it's a challenging airport to fly into, and it's about 50 miles west of Monterrey, Mexico. Well, at that time, I was flying the Fairchild Metroliner, which, in its beauty, grace, and glory, that's actually the airplane I was flying that day. And some of you may be too young to even know what this airplane is. So if you're not really sure, it's a turboprop aircraft. Flies up to about 23,000 feet for the service ceiling, and about 16,000 pounds for the max takeoff weight. So just to give you an idea of what the airplane can do. So beautiful picture here of Saltillo, Mexico. Unfortunately, that day it was not beautiful. We had a low cloud layer kind of moving into the valley with a bunch of smog and stuff. That's kind of normal with that area. And of course, Murphy's Law, it was going to be there right at our time of arrival. So fuel was also, of course, critical at this point. And we only had one shot on an approach to get in, or else we're going to have to go to our alternate. So once we got to Saltillo, the weather really, unfortunately, like I said, dropped off. And Saltillo only had a VOR approach available to the airport. And with our luck, of course, the VOR approach minima was not low enough to get below that sky deck of where it was at the time. Well, we're sitting in the airplane and we're buzzing along. We're like, man, this sucks. Like, what do we do? Oh, that's weird. There's a GPS approach into Saltillo now. Well, just that month prior, they had started adding GPS approaches into a lot of these smaller Mexico airports. And guess what? Because of one of those GPS approaches, we're able to land successfully. And I actually took this picture on the taxi out when we were heading back home. So really cool what GPS approaches can do, and how they've kind of helped me in my career at one point. So yeah, a little bit about myself. Longtime flight simmer since FS 2002. How many people here started back in FS 2002? Before FS 2002? Wow. Wow, awesome. Well, thanks guys, everyone, for coming, new and old, really excited. We'll talk about the rules of engagement here in a bit for this, but a quick tidbit about me, FS 2002, buzzing around Meigsfield. I remained active in the community, specifically VATSIM, since then. I graduated from college back in 2016, and I ended up majoring in professional aviation business. So really cool to see what the flight sim world can change and alter people's life and career paths. And that's one of the cool things about this weekend, is getting to meet people and network. And you'd be surprised how many people make a living doing this just because of this hobby. So it's really cool to see what events like this and this hobby can bring to people's lives. I currently have a master's degree that I finished up last fall in aviation business. I flew metros out of college, though, to build flight time, instructed a little bit, went to the regionals, flew for Republic out of Newark and LaGuardia and Intercontinental for about 5 years. upgrade to captain there, and also became an instructor in the training department. Unfortunately, something called COVID happened, so when I was there, it wasn't looking too great, and a buddy of mine went to Collid Airways. If anyone knows what that is, it's a Part 121 supplemental cargo carrier. Flew the 767 around the world for a year there. My wife's actually here, so she got to deal with me being on the road for 16 days at a time. And somehow, she'll testify to this, after 16 days of flying on the road for hours and nights on end, I'd come home and what would be the first thing I would do? I would jump in the sim and go fly, of course. So, dog tired, fatigue, jet lag. Oh, let's go do a flight in the sim. Sounds great. Or let's go control. So, obviously, I love the community, and you guys are all part of that. So, thank you. Ultimately, though, Southwest Airlines ended up calling me about a year after being at Collid. That's my dream job, and I've been there since January 2022. So, been a blessing. But I've used GPS approaches all around the world, over the ocean, to shoot approaches into the smallest airports like Saltillo and turboprop airplanes, to shooting an RMP approach actually coming into Vegas a few days ago on a trip. So really cool to see what GPS approach technology can do for us. So like I said, rules of engagement today, guys and gals. Today's presentation will assume everyone has some sort of baseline knowledge of IFR procedures and competencies. Unfortunately, it would be impossible to teach y'all everything about IFR flying in about 45 minutes. So we're going to kind of cut and drive our way through some concepts, and we'll break down some of the basic stuff. So hopefully everyone at least has some sort of fundamental knowledge before we dive into some of the other stuff. Outside of that, though, we're going to get our hands dirty in some live demonstrations that I shot in the simulator. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get approval to shoot them in the airplane like I originally wanted to, but hopefully that'll cover those bases a little bit. And we'll also learn some tips and tricks along the way on how to fly GPS approaches like a professional. So, cool. So when I was kind of doing my initial research and proposing the topic to Evan and company when I wanted to speak this year, I called it RNAV and RMP approaches. Well, in reality, those kind of fit into a term called performance-based navigation, or PBN, if you haven't heard the term. And we'll dive into what PBN is exactly a little bit and talk about the concepts of it here in a little bit. But don't worry if you don't know about it. Cool. Well, let's talk about what exactly we're going to discuss regarding PBN technology in aviation. So we'll start with the basics. Kind of talk about some misunderstood elements that we typically see maybe as flight simmers, or I'll see in the community when people talk about PBN type approaches utilizing GPS technology. We'll briefly talk about kind of today and tomorrow's advancements in this world, and then we'll also get into some demonstrations after that. So cool. So let's start with the basics. I'm assuming everyone knows what GPS technology is here. Pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, GPS will get looped into this thing I call the generic term. So think Advil or Tylenol, ibuprofen, acetaminophen. Those are all generic terms, right, for those drugs. Well, GPS is, everyone's like, oh, the GPS approach. Well, it's more to it than that. And of course, like anything in aviation, it's a little more complex. So for starters, let's talk about GPS, a global positioning system that was developed by the Department of Defense back in 1978. So almost 50 years ago. It's kind of crazy to think about. But originally it was designed to be a military tool that they would use on the battlefield. Well, they finished their 24th satellite launch back in 1993. And at that time they said, man, we can do a lot of great things for the general public if we let them have access to GPS. So things like this, a cell phone, right? All of our cell phones are utilizing GPS technology probably right now as we're sitting here, believe it or not. When you're driving your car, your Google Maps, your Apple Maps, it's reading how fast you're going and sending it to the traffic maps and all that stuff. So really cool what GPS has afforded us to be able to do as a society and in aviation. All right, what about GNSS? How many people have heard this term? Quite a few, right? Okay, cool. Well, just like GPS, GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System, is a concept that takes everyone's GPS system that they develop. So
All right, so
Russia,
this
China,
is
and the
still this
EU.
is
So
basic,
EU
but
uses
I think
Galileo.
it's
They don't call it GPS, it's their
if you're
Galileo
getting
system.
started or
And
you don't know
Russia's,
about it,
for example,
it's
is called
fairly
GLONASS. Well,
informative. So
everyone put their
pretty
heads
cool.
together and they said, well, we have all these satellites in the air providing all these services, right? But what if we were able to have them work together and then help everyone that much more? So that's what it is. It's a collaborative effort
So this is
that
really
provides
gonna be the
GPS
future.
signals utilizing everyone's
ILS
technology
at some
instead of
point
one
will go
system like
away,
GPS.
and we're gonna be doing GPS.
So
and-
ultimately, that's just going to expand GPS coverage and accuracy to users like us on our phones, in the airplanes, in the simulator, if you want to think of it like that. Cool. So we talked about PBN, right? Well, what is PBN at the end of the day? It's a satellite-based system, or a concept. It's a satellite-based system that utilizes onboard monitoring of the aircraft to fly precise flight paths. So pretty generic, right? Basically, the concept.
By the way, I just wanna kind of just once in a while show the really nice updates for Vegas because it just looks fantastic. It's a beautiful day, and we'll keep going back and forth.
Well, let's take a time out and kind of drill back to what it was before we had area navigation. So back in the day, everyone had to use ground-based nav aids, right, to get around VORs, DMEs, NDBs, all that stuff, right? Well, with the advancements of PBN technology, now instead of flying from point to point to point, we can cut a straight line and fly straight through them. And guess what? Everyone wins in that concept because it allows us flexibility to not be bound by ground-based nav aids. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's pretty hard to put a VOR in the middle of the ocean and maintain it and power it. So that's one of the cool things that RNAVs allows us to do, is to put these paths and design them to places where we couldn't do it before. Improves in routing flexibility though, cuts down flight time. That's a big thing, and ultimately, when we cut down flight time, we cut down in fuel, right? So that saves everyone a lot of money, and money talks. So RNAV technology, it's a beautiful thing. SBAS, satellite-based augmentation system. Continental coverage mainly involves moving parts on the ground, in the aircraft, and in space. And now we're starting to get a little technical, so I'm going to keep things a little simple here for the brevity of this presentation. But essentially, it calculates the error tolerant, or the errors that the aircraft is receiving by its normal GPS processes, and it corrects them down. So we get a little more accurate position information. They're always working together, and for example, like I said, continental coverage. So the WAAS system, I'm sure you all have heard of, covers primarily North America, and other regions have their own SBAS network, okay? And there's even more being added. I think Australia may have theirs now, or it may still be in development. I'm sure someone here from Australia can correct me on that if it's done yet. But SBAS accuracy, y'all.
All right, let's take a look at this shot from Vegas over here on the Bonanza. All right, Janet. Tell you what. I heard from a couple of our viewers that they thought your friend Toby is pretty dumb. So let's take a look. Say, hey Janet, are you dating Toby by any chance? Yeah, sure. So one of the things I like about say intentions here is this, and you can set it up at any way you want, but I like keeping Janet because you have an interact. You're making a flight here, and you're just cruising along, and it's pretty entertaining, I think. Let me know if you like Janet. What do you think about her? And you know, should I continue to have Janet as part of my tour guide here, or do you get sick of hearing stories about Toby and the stuff that he does? And anyway, so let's take a look at where we're heading to the Hoover Dam here, and let's get out here and actually probably I forgot to go into nav mode, so I'm gonna see. Sometimes if you get too bogged down in trying to do too many things at the same time, you forget. So but we're gonna be heading to the Hoover Dam here. Actually, this is probably a better view of it as we go into this part of Vegas, Nevada. I think it's right over here. So again, let me know, what do you think about Janet? At some point, actually, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to touch down and get some fuel. Let me check. I think that probably we'll go back to North Vegas and do a touchdown there and get some fuel and then get back in the air and continue our flight around Vegas and then we'll continue to showcase what we think is the most interesting parts of the Fly Simulator Expo here in Vegas. So the RNAV, still interesting. I mean, it covers the basic, but it goes a little bit more into details about how the system works and what's planned for the simulator in terms of RNAV approaches and RMP approaches. So, pretty interesting stuff. I'll continue to play that as we fly around here. And let's take a look at the Hoover Dam, because this is part of the city update too. And we got some traffic. Have to be careful to make sure that I don't cross that. Of course, I'm VFR, so we'll continue to check on the Expo, and as I was saying, the RNAV RNAV Mastery seminar. It's interesting. I'll continue to play that along. I'll look for the most interesting parts of it, so you don't have to watch it the whole thing. So, but some of this stuff it's gonna be continue. It's gonna be introduced into the sim, especially in 2024. A lot of people think that 2024 is just to be. See, I'm in the way of. No, actually, I just got out of the way of the traffic for Macron International there, so I think I'm okay. So a lot of people think that 2024 is just a game where you do all these activities. You know, you do crop. When you rescue people, or where you do these other activities, fire, extinguishing fires and things like that. But the 2024 still retains. See, a lot of traffic coming into Vegas today. 2024 still retains the basics of flight simulators, and in fact, it's just going to be enhanced so much more, especially on these things like the more complicated and the more sophisticated approaches like these RNAV and GPS approaches. So they talked yesterday about ILS being kind of like the old school, and but I think that it will be interesting to see how they implement that in 2024. I don't know if they're going to. If you don't want to move into 2024, I don't know if they're going to implement some of these things that they are introducing in 2024. If they're going to do it in 2020, some things probably will not be, just because the way the developers set up wrote the code for 2024. So some things may be introduced. I don't think that all of it will be. So, but again, it's you if you want to continue to have a great experience with 2020, I think that and don't want to spend the money on 2024, I would argue that they really need to put in the effort to bring all this stuff to 2020, like these RNAV approaches and more sophisticated ones. So let's get into going. I don't want to get into the traffic for the airport here, so I'm just gonna be mindful of where I'm going here, but eventually get back to Vegas. All right, so this will give us a really nice view of it, because it's on the city update. This was part of the city update for Vegas. I'm just gonna go around and cross around, and let me see. I'm going to try to play the seminar for RNAV at the same time. Let me know if you can hear that or not. I'm gonna get it started now. All right, so let me know if you can hear this guy on the Expo, on the audio for it. I'm gonna reduce the audio for the sim, so All right, I'm gonna go back to our guy over here, and I think he's covering really interesting points here. So I'm just gonna go back in here.
Navigational technology being used for these approaches.
Whoops.
Can anyone tell
Sorry
me
about
what
that.
is different about these two approaches? Just raise your hand and, yes, sir. Vertical guidance. Well, believe it or not, they both have vertical guidance. Anyone else? Yeah, there's an RF turn on there. Yeah, and we'll talk about that here in a sec. But at the end of the day, we're talking, what does it take to fly these approaches, right? Navigational technology. Nothing. Nothing, guys. And it's weird because you look at the titles, right? And it's like, well, one says this and one says this and this, right? So it's kind of funny. So like anything in aviation, it's complicated, right? So ICAO, or the International Governing Body of Aviation for most of the world, besides the United States, basically, said back in 2014 they felt the term RNAV was too general when they were naming approach procedures. So what they said was, well, let's simplify the naming of these things here, okay? Reduce confusion on what's being used for each approach. And at the end of the day, RMP means what? Required navigation performance. Well, guess what? To do all these approaches, you need some sort of required navigation level. So, of course, the FAA has to be different, like we are in everything, right? And the FAA decided not to play ball. Ultimately, they cited cost and the hurdles of changing names of procedures to be just too difficult. So their concept of maybe reconciling the issue and making things a little more clear was, well, we'll just put in the approach description or the equipment description on the approach plate what exactly RMP technology we're using here or what is going on. So RNAV GPS, RNAV RMP, RNAV approach, whatever it's titled for the FAA, look in those notes and it'll tell you what's really going on. Cool. So PBN today, over 24,000 procedures used worldwide, utilizing PBN technology, departures, arrivals, approaches, et cetera. ODPs even, obstacle departures, if you're not sure what that is. Used in every corner of the world, including Antarctica, so pretty cool. And basically, to kind of give you an idea of the advantages of using GPS technology versus like an ILS that we all know and love, right? A Cat 1 ILS roughly is about 10 million USD to install. So not cheap, right? And then they say it's about $25,000 a year to maintain. And that's on the cheap level. That's not, you know, if you have terrain and all sorts of other issues that these systems may have to put up with. So PBN technology with approaches, much easier to maintain and more efficient. So, all right, so the future. Well, we talked about GBAS, right? So there's a GLS, and how many people have here heard of GLS approaches? Show of hands. Okay, fair amount, nice. So about 30% of the room. So think RMP approach, but to lower minima. Currently, GLS approaches can go down to Cat 1 minima, which is half mile, 200 feet above touchdown zone elevation. It's not, like I said, specific to ILS interferences, so your ILS hold short lines and all that stuff may be a thing of the past. Who knows? You know, in our lifetime, ILSs may go away and this may be a thing in the future. And they can be used at any runway at the airport. Like I said, those stations, you could put them right next to the terminal and they can serve every single runway that that airport has. So pretty cool. Further implementations being
All right, so we're gonna get back to the RNAV and RMP. It's still very interesting part of it, and just wanna kind of stay with the Hoover Dam because I want to check out whether how well did they manage to get this in the Vegas update here. And we'll pass it a couple of times and see and check out. I had done this flight before, and it looked okay. I'm just hoping that they made some improvements to the details of the dam. Damn. So dam should be to our right over here. All right, I'm gonna go down. Just wanna. It's 7,200. Maybe we'll just go down another 1,000 feet to get a nice view of it. Alright, so let's turn into the dam and just make a pass. Yeah, Janet. We get it. Yeah. I think you're lucky you don't date that Toby guy. Alright, we can see it from here. So get a little bit more to the right. And we'll just go a couple of 1,000 feet. Yeah, there it is. I don't know. I don't see much of a change here. Maybe they didn't do anything with this. Looks okay. Although there are some details there. It's gonna go right around. Maybe I'll put in a holding. On my autopilot here. Yeah, I hate when this happens. I need to put it on my bindings here. There we go. Yeah, it looks pretty good. To the bridge, some good details on the bridge. Yeah. Looks a little bit better. What do you think? Let me know. All right, let's get back to Vegas. And while we do that, let's get back to the RNF presentation here.
Aircraft's going to stay at 8,000 feet. Yeah, it's not going to go any lower, right? So we got to authorize the aircraft to go lower. There's some speed restrictions along the way. You can see in the box there, I think it's 220 at Bourbon? 210, thank you. So pretty standard. You're going to see 210 a lot, 170, 180, speed restrictions like that. Sweet. So we're tracking down the down one here, and we're waiting for ATC to clear us for the approach. And you can see the RMP versus the actual, also 0.3 on this approach. However, this one also has a, well, this one only has a 0.3. If y'all flew in, you may have came in on 1.9. That has, I believe, a 0.1 available to it. So if I was doing 1 to 0.1 minima, which usually allows you to get a little lower than 0.3, because of those tighter tolerances, you would set 0.1 in there. Cool, I'm looking ahead here, so I'm like, okay, relin's at 3K, okay, that's what I'm gonna set next. So, all right, we got 1,000 feet to go here, 9 for 8. Okay, cleared approach, LNAV, VNAV path, cleared for the approach. That's when I set my final approach fix altitude. So there's 3,000. As you can see, you may need to start configuring a little earlier than you want to. That's one of the drawbacks about these approaches. Sometimes it forces your hand and you gotta get slower earlier. And you'll see ATC may be reluctant to give these approaches out, especially if they're trying to cram traffic into the airport. So it's all traffic dependent. But you can always ask. So we got our 210 speed restriction met. I did that with flaps 1. Oh, your final approach courses. Make sure you have both sides set to your final approach course that's listed on your approach. On some aircraft, the airplane will freak out if you do not have both set. So make sure you're doing that on part of your setup process as well. Briefings are equally important in these, y'all. So a lot of the work for these is really done at cruise altitude before you even get to the airport. Because if you're trying to brief and do these right now, you're gonna start missing details and trying to fly through things. So try to brief these ahead of time if you can with yourself and kind of look ahead, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. So this one allows you to go pretty fast after that 210. A lot of ones now with an RF fix, or an RF leg rather,
They're flying around.
you'll start to see the 170s, especially with a really tight turn. This one's about a 5-mile radius turn, so you've got plenty of time. They want you to keep the speed up, so they let you kind of have free speed at 210 basically. But as of course you approach the airport, you're gonna want to slow down.
Yeah, check that out. Pack of wild coyotes. Come on. This guy, how is this guy still alive? Yes, Mama Air. He needs to have his head checked. Mental health is really an issue for him, and I don't know if medication will help, or maybe he needs to have a full CT scan to find out what's going on with that guy. But hey, he keeps us entertained, right? All right, we can see Vegas from here. This is a nice view of the city. Again, really liking this city update for Vegas. Hopefully I'm not getting in the way of any of the traffic here coming into McCran. Yeah, I think that before we had some close calls, but right now we're doing okay. All right, let's get back to the RMP tips over here.
RMP approach, why not use the GPS approach, right? Like, it's there, it's available. If you don't use it, you lose it, right? Kind of like speaking a language or working out. Not that I do much of that these days, but you know, the more you use them, the more you'll be comfortable with them. One thing to keep in mind, your approach pass from your VASIs, typically with a runway, and a GPS approach will be slightly different. So if you are established, everything's centered up on your next RMP approach you fly, and you break out and you see the VASIs and you're like 3 red or 1 red, guess what? It's not the end of the world. You're still safe. You're still on a safe with the approach. You're still within tolerances. You're not going to hit anything, right? But at that point, not a bad idea to transition to the VASI. Also, these approaches are subject to things called temperature fluctuations or temperature errors. So you'll see a lot in the notes. It'll say this procedure for uncompensated baro VNAV systems are available between this temperature range. Hot to cold, look out below. So the colder it gets, the more the true altitude of your aircraft will actually be lower due to altimetry errors and whatnot. So there is a tolerance on some of these, so keep an eye if you do have or you're flying an uncompensated baro VNAV aircraft. So take a look at your aircraft's documentation to see if it has that system or not.
All right, let's get back to the Vegas views here. All right, so we're probably running out of fuel here. Yeah, we're pretty low on one of the tanks. So I'm going to, and then we got the next scheduled seminar at the expo in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to land, refuel, set the next seminar, which is going to be so the we're going to, once we land, we're going to tune into the next seminar, which is we're building a PC live. So take a look at that. And let's get into, all right, so that's where we want to be landing here. Let's go to North Vegas, which is right in our path here. So let's turn and then contact Vegas Tower, North Vegas Tower. All right, so North Vega is to our 1 o'clock. Still a little bit too high. And we need to please some speed here. Let's contact North Vegas Tower. North Vegas Tower, Siggy 1123 with you, inbound to land. Runway 30 right, clear to land, Siggy 1123. Alright, so we'll have to turn around here to enter the left base for runway. Clear to land, runway 30 right, Siggy 1123. Alright, let's turn off the autopilot. Alright, we see 30 right and left here. So we're gonna be landing on the smaller one. Well, I guess it, yeah. So, I was gonna say probably the same length. I'll have to check on that, but it's 30 right. Let's get our first set of flaps in here. In just a minute. I'm gonna get below that flat speed. There we go. Yeah, Vegas looks pretty good. All right, gear down. Gotta turn the AC off. Yeah, a little bit too low here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, I think I run. Yeah, I ran out of fuel. Not a good. Yeah, look at that. So, I was having lunch and I didn't pay attention to my fuel, and that's what happens when you do that. All right, why don't we get back to the yeah. Why don't we get back to the seminar here? Yeah, so sorry, my friends. So I went to get some mac and cheese and didn't pay attention to my fuel, and then on my final, I just lost it. All right, so the next the upcoming seminars here, we'll stay with we're building a PC live here, and then we'll do VATSIM. You're never alone. So I'll have my own opinions about VATSIM, and maybe they'll convince me to join VATSIM from this particular seminar. However, I tried it before. This is just my own opinion. The VATSIM was, the coverage is not there. So I usually fly around in different parts of the world, and the coverage is spotty. And sometimes even when you have coverage there, the controllers are not there, or they're having some issues. So I haven't had a good experience with VATSIM. So that's why I use Say Intention Say I, just to really do whatever I want, especially if you like to do VFR. You have a good. I mean, I haven't had a bad experience on VFR with Say Intention Say I at all. And then you get entertained by Janet once in a while. Well, maybe more often than you really want to, but she's all right. So let's tune into. We're building a PC live, so you can take a look at that. And just wait until it gets started. Meantime, I'm going to fix my plane. And get it going again. We did crash. Oh no, I did crash on my PC. The sim crashed. So, not sure what that was all about. And I'll just get rid of FSTL. And Active Sky. And just we'll stay tuned to this event that's coming up here. Alright, so we got about 1 minute for the event to get started here. And I'll be interesting to see what's coming up in terms of what they will be recommending for optimal PC, especially for 2024. So, like I said, my PC, I got a i7 127,000K, and that was actually the recommended processor back. I think I built this about 3 years ago, and then I went through a few GPUs. I had a 2080. I'm sorry, a 2060, and then upgraded to a 3070, and now I have a 4070, and it's okay. I got 64 gigabytes of memory, and that's plenty enough. I got a 650 a power supply, and then I have a water-cooled system here for the CPU. So I did find, I mean, you may think that 64 gigabytes is a little bit too much. However, I did find that, especially if I'm doing a lot, if I'm running Navigraph, if I'm running Active Sky, if I'm running FSTL, if I'm running all these things in the background, I have found that it is very useful to have a lot of memory. Sometimes I'm running, I'm doing other things like, checking out videos on other videos, and so I'm running a lot of apps on the 64. It does make a difference. So if you can afford it, go for as much RAM as you can afford. For me, I just had 2 extra ones when I built this PC, and so I just put them in, and it's great. The 4070, it's okay. It's just at the edge of my specs here in terms of I'm running everything on ultra with 4K, so I get about 30 FPS, give and take, depending on when running. Sometimes FSTL is FPS hug, and depending on what city I'm flying into. So Sometimes I may go below 30, which is my limit. And 30 FPS, you don't need anything more than that. Some people are like, oh, I want to go 60. Yeah, you can go 60. For a sim like this, I find that it really doesn't make much of a difference. Unless you're doing fighters and really going really fast around New York City and things like that. Yeah, okay, 60. Yeah, you may need 60 for that. However, if I find that if I get consistently on those situations, consistent FPS at 30, that's just more than enough for me, and it just doesn't really matter in terms of it matters in terms of what you want to set up your PC for. All this stuff, you have to spend the money on it and all that. All right, so it's 12, a little bit more than 12. I'm thinking that they're running behind here. So 12 to 1 Eastern Daylight Savings Time, Sunday. They could be running late. Oh, here we go. Just needed to refresh.
Our e-commerce has been up and running for roughly 4.5 years. We started in the basement, building computers as a hobby, and then slowly began to say, okay, hold on a second, we might have something going on here. So back in Dayton, Ohio, we have a whole esport facility where kids can come in, adults can come in and game on computers that we've built. It houses 40 custom gaming computers, showing you the chip there. Full racing simulators and a flight sim. So what processor are we working with today, Brandon?
It's the 14600K.
14600K. So how many of you chase the new every year stuff? Okay, we got a couple. All right, hurt your wallet, right? 14 gen, for all of you, you might know, sorry if I'm repeating myself here, but 14 gen processor is the 2024 processor, right? It's like chasing that iPhone every year. If you just keep wanting to upgrade, and that's how they kind of suck you in. So yeah, 14.6 is middle of the road. It's a really, really great chipset. And we kind of based this PC build around specs of a flight sim. So one, we're not going to just raffle off a PC that you get at home and you can't use it. So, and then we also have our own viral branded fans that are going to be in there. They're RGB. Who's fans of RGB? I have a lot less hands here. Oh, okay. All right. A little bit more. All right. More RGB, more frames, right? Is that right? Right? I heard a yeah. Okay. I love that. A couple of people read Reddit in here. But yeah, so we got our own viral branded fans. You can control with an app or through the motherboard that we're putting in here. There's going to be 6 in here, but we chose this case, Leon Lee. How many people have heard of Leon Lee?
Case is important, my friends. You want to
kind
have
of Ferrari of case manufacturers,
right?
Right?
You want to add
so
a larger GPU.
They like the display. It's for the enthusiasts.
Myself,
they do a lot of PCMR stuff.
Because of the case
this is their brand new Vision case that just released this year. We flew to Computex last year and seen this on display, and we really were really excited to get our hands on this. But we really think this is just a beautiful display piece to showcase on a sim, on your desk. All glass case, and we like to go overboard with fans. Definitely cools it down a lot more.
Yeah.
So,
I got liquid cooled, and it works really well.
Talk a little bit about the motherboard. What are you working with them?
So this is a Z790 from Gigabyte. It's the perfect chipset to pair with the 14th gen Intel. I just installed the NVMe SSD. I can show you right there. So a lot of people think this is very delicate, and people don't see people just tossing it around, but I mean it's a lot more resilient.
Just
yeah, if you can afford SSD, go with
that's the NVMe SSD. So we have thermal pad that is an interface material to transfer the heat.
old style.
To the aluminum heat
this
sink that goes
type
on
of,
it.
hard drive. It just takes too much time.
We're just
sometimes.
getting
Even if
the.
you're running at 7.
We like to install outside of the
7200.
case. A lot of people do not install outside the case. A lot of people put the motherboard in and then install everything. We just find it a lot easier to have access to the whole board, to get everything installed on the board first, and then we put it inside the case.
Yep, so there's a couple different ways that you can build, right? No, there's no wrong or right reason. Should you be building on carpet? Probably not. But in a sense, there's, like Brandon said here, you can build outside the case, you can build inside the case.
All right,
it
my
really
friends,
just
I'm gonna
depends
step
on
up for a minute. I'm just
how
going
the
to leave
case
you
is.
with this
case,
part.
this is another cool feature that it
And,
has. It's super modular.
Yeah.
So this guy
If you
can be
wanna
changed.
Give us some
hopefully these
comments
thumb screws
around
aren't tightened too
this
much.
particular thing, and if you want to support the channel, go ahead and support my channel.
This whole motherboard tray, this is
I
another reason why we
appreciate that,
really
but,
love Lian Li, is they
I'll leave
take
you for a couple
they take
minutes
customer
and I'll be
feedback.
right
They
back.
take let's just say they're well endeavored in Reddit, and they make fake accounts just to kind of see. They take customer feedback really seriously. So this motherboard tray can come out and literally just be placed right back in there. It can also be moved up and down to create that if you want a little bit more breathing room up here, or if you need a little bit extra room down there. Why would we probably need extra room? Well, have you guys seen a 4090 up close? It's big, right? It's as big as a PS5. So these case manufacturers have kind of had to dial it back a little bit because the 4090s are so big. And we did a test fit on our YouTube channel when 4090s came out about how many cases that we used to use do not fit a 4090 because they're either touching the glass or they just won't fit. I mean, it's kind of like subbing it in. So, as Brandon attested to earlier, you can take this out, and if you really wanted to, just sit this guy down, build on that, and then put it right back in. So another reason why we really, really like this case. So I'll leave this out for you. And then the AIO. We all know what an AIO is, right? Sort of, kind of. Yep, all-in-one cooler. So the AIO releases the water, cools the CPU down, goes through the channels, cools it down again, and then recycles itself. So this is probably the first thing that's going to go out in your computers. They're rated roughly 5 years. Some people might get a little bit more out of that, but usually these are the first things that are going to go out. We do a lot of custom liquid cooled builds too, and Brandon, that's his baby. He really, really enjoys doing that. And if you visit our website, it is viraltech.com, you can check out some of the builds that we've done in the past. If anybody stopped by the booth, have you seen the little PC, little guy we got over there? So that's an ITX build. It's very small. If you haven't been over there, I'd highly suggest stop by and see it. So we wanted to bring that to kind of showcase that you can pack a lot of power in just a small case. So a lot of the sim rigs I see out there, the flight sim rigs, depending on your house, you might have just limited space to have a PC, right? So we wanted to showcase that you can have, and that's a 4080 and a 14700K. So it's a little bit more powerful than this guy here. So packed in that little case. Excuse me. So really what it boils down to is the case is just personal preference. We don't recommend maybe sticking that little case underneath a flight sim because of heat, but everything's a case by case basis. So what are you doing there? Installing the bracket?
So this is the thermal paste. It comes pre-applied on this AIO. So a lot of people think and ask, why is my CPU overheating over so many years? This thermal paste needs replaced every, I would say, year. I would just call it a year. You just take some alcohol, you take the cooler off, you take some alcohol, wipe it down. You put new thermal paste on, which you can get most local retailers of any computer supplies, and you just reapply it the way they instruct. Everybody has their method. Don't use peanut butter, don't use toothpaste.
Toothpaste will work,
not
right?
the same thing.
No?
Some of it will,
man,
like the charcoal maybe, but.
How many people have seen those funny videos that they post? They just try to put whatever on the on the CPU and try to make it work. Those are funny. But yeah, do not use toothpaste. Again, you see it now. Viral told us to use toothpaste on our build. So yeah, that's the number one thing. Back at home, we have like I said, an eSport compound, but we do PC repair, PC builds. We do this live on Twitch. What we get a lot of customers that come in and say, hey, you know, like Brandon said, my PC is overheating. Well, that's the number one question that we ask right away is when have you changed the thermal paste? Or it may be a CPU fan or maybe an AIO going out just because they had it for 6 years. So that was great. So he's going to install it on the outside. And this is something that I do differently. Brandon does it differently. Nothing's the right or wrong way. I would usually put that on there and install it, but Brandon has built a lot more PCs than me lately. So he finds it easier to do it that way. And then Tasha over here is installing the fans. Each individual RGB fan has 2 wires, which then go to or 1 wire, sorry, which then go to a USB hub, RGB hub, which is this guy here. So this can get very nerve-wracking because if you have, how many fans are we doing today?
9.
9 fans, but yeah. So cable management, we'll really highlight that. We've really honed down on cable management. We pride ourselves on cable management. And the way we build PCs is we build them to say if something would go wrong or something messes up down the road, we know exactly how we build it. We know right where the wires are. Once we have that one-on-one call, if a fan came loose during shipping, because we've had some shipping nightmares, we've all had that, we can go back and say, hey, this is it, instead of just chasing. So we find it that when you do cable management as you go, it's a lot easier versus at the end. And some people might say, well, I just put it all together, you're really excited, and then you run all the cables, and then you got to kind of backtrack a little bit. So
when applying the thermal paste after that, when you actually go to install it, you're going to want to apply even pressure to make sure the thermal paste is distributed properly.
yeah, we always cross thread. So you always do corner to corner, corner to corner, because you don't want to have the AIO kind of sitting a little lopsided. That will cause a lot of issues.
Just like installing a car tire, basically.
Yep. Yeah, so nowadays with the new gen AMD and the new gen Intel chipsets, we get a lot of questions too about heat, and we get a lot of questions about temperature. So Brandon can allude that they run a lot hotter, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The new gen, it's hot. 300 watts in the size of probably like a $50 piece. So 300 watts in that little tiny chip it's hard to even cool nowadays, even with AIOs. It's pretty insane. But that's like the top end chip.
So could this build hypothetically be ran and built with a CPU fan cooler? We all know what those are, right? This is the big block that attaches to the CPU fan cooler. Yes and no. Like some of the CPUs come with a cooler if you buy them from a Micro Center or Best Buy. It's kind of going away a little bit, but they still do. We probably wouldn't recommend that. If you're on a budget, definitely utilize that. But that's the first thing that's going to go out. I mean, especially if you guys are building PCs for a flight sim, I would highly attest not to do that. It's just going to be too much for the PC and overheat. So an AIO, an all-in-one cooler, that's a 360 millimeter, and all that is just 3 120 millimeter fans. You could get away with a 240 or a 280, which would be a 2-fan system. So any AIO would work in this situation perform better than a CPU cooler.
So I'm installing the system memory right now. This is basically the highway of all your information. So a lot of people, when they get their system, it's possible that it came out of place. A lot of people are afraid to do this. I've seen so many shaky hands doing this, but
you don't have shaky hands this morning? A little bit.
A little caffeine, you know. But so you really have to press down, and I mean like you have to hear that click. It's very important to hear that click when you install system memory, because if you don't, you probably didn't do it right. Sometimes it's quiet, but you just have to make sure you're putting weight on it. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, so when we ship PCs, especially worldwide, that's the first thing that we check when a customer calls us and says, hey, I'm not getting any VGA, or I'm not getting this, that is the RAM sticks, because everything can come jarbled when these FedEx and UPS guys, sorry if you're in here, just kick around the boxes a little bit. But we make sure that we pack it very, very well. So running you're going to insert now of the
I think, yeah.
motherboard?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
cool.
we're ready to go and put it in the case.
Just a pause for a little bit, probably a couple minutes while he gets this ready. Do we have any just quick questions? I'll take like 1 or 2 questions of just what we've done so far. You can step up to the microphone if you'd like. Yes, sir. It's not adhesive. It's just like, think of it to toothpaste. We joked around about the toothpaste, but it's almost identical. So if you put toothpaste on the toothbrush, right, and then the water wipes it off. We don't want water on the PCs, but you would just take an alcohol spray and wipe it off of the PC, or off the AIO. And then it's going to be on the CPU as well, which then alcohol on the rag, never onto the products, and then wipe it out. So we recommend that about every year and a half, just because that can dry out very well, especially if you didn't put even pressure on that AIO to the CPU. So great question. I can't hear you, I'm sorry. I wouldn't recommend, I mean, you could, but you really just want to apply even cross-threading to that AIO. And then I wouldn't recommend, like, you could use a torque wrench, but just be very careful. Pressure, yeah. Yeah, just be careful, no drills. Yeah.
Everything's hand tight.
Hand tight, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, great question. He asked, what evidence do we have that it's starting to dry out? That is a phenomenal question. So you would see your temperatures kind of rise a little
my
bit.
friends,
So
I'm back from
let's say brand new PC, you're getting it running, and you know it runs right around that 80, 87 degrees
building
Celsius.
a brand new PC.
Excuse me, it's measured in
Microsoft
Celsius.
Flight Simulator.
And then, after a year, you're starting to notice that it's starting to get up in the hundreds or the 90s. That would be a telltale sign that probably needs replaced. So great question. Where do you see the temperature? So there's temperature monitors, certain
Well, they
programs
do
that you can
What I'm going
use.
to do,
As soon as you boot in, you're into the motherboard BIOS. You can see that in there as well. But they've really made it easy for third-party apps. A great one to use is NZXT Cam, and it literally monitors your whole system, your CPU, GPU, even your CPU load, GPU load. All those temperatures are displayed on any monitor that you want to be. NZXT Cam. Yep. Yeah, it's a great free tool. NZXT makes products like AIOs, fans, cases, PSUs, so they're well endeavored into the PC environment. But just because you don't have one of their products, you can install that free software, and it will definitely monitor your stuff. Yep. Yes, sir.
So what's your recommendation or opinion when it comes to graphics chips over thermal paste?
So I can probably answer.
Yep.
Well, you said not.
is worthy. So the tedious of the small screws, we're applying those now.
Good.
So good.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to start my
So we're actually doing 8
sim.
fans in
I
this.
hope
We're going to
everything
have
goes
the
well,
airflow
and
coming up.
I have no crash.
It's going to draw fresh air in the bottom, and it's going to exhaust the hot air out the back. And, well, there's so many backs in this case. So this is the big back. This is the little back. It's going to have 2 fans over on this side and 3 fans on this side and 3 at the bottom. But it's going to be intake at the bottom, and then I say hot air rises. She doesn't believe me, but yeah, so it doesn't make a huge difference as long as I like to try to keep it at even pressure. So so this is going to be a negative pressure situation. So we're going to have more fans exhausting than intaking, which is still fine because hot air needs to escape. That's the most important part. I like to do a little negative pressure sometimes as well. In this case specifically, I do.
So how many of you, obviously with the sim rigs or just a personal rig, have your PC on the floor? Okay. Do you notice any heat issues? Everything fine?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Carpet, okay. Good. That's what I was going to go with, yep. So the carpet can kind of be a testimonial to some heat issues, depending on what your PC looks like, if it has that flow coming up from the bottom. Yes, but if you put a little piece of board there, that's going to interrupt that a little bit too. So we've seen some incidents where that I would highly recommend if it's for a personal use, this is not counting flight sim, is to keep it on a desk just because you're going to get a lot more even airflow throughout the room. But that's another thing that a lot of people don't talk about is where your PC is going. You know, I can have mine in a little 5x5 room versus Brandon has his in a 15x15. So he's going to get a lot more air flow through there. So, and they've even went as far as we just built in a cool custom case from Bulgaria. We met with the engineer. It's open air to where it doesn't have any, it's all open. I don't know if you guys have seen those, but they're really cool. We got a couple pictures of the one we built at the booth. Stop by and I can show you that too. Yes, sir.
So my take on that is going to be, the best way to put it is, unless you want to dust your computer out every week, I'd recommend keeping the case on but once again, if you're having thermal issues, then there's something else causing it. So maybe your cooling isn't sufficient, as in your heat sink. Like a dry thermal paste, after a while it can cause that as well. So having the case panels on with all the fans doing a proper airflow is recommended.
Yeah, probably not ideal for small children or cat owners to keep that open. Just a little thing in there. But the open air chassis, going alongside what you just said, open air cases too are very beautiful design cases. But yeah, once again, ideal. It's all open, so you can just, get a little finger caught in the fan there. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
I had a question over here. Yep.
Too many things can get in there, including my cat. Siggy is always very curious about stuff.
I wouldn't put your PC in an enclosed area because all that, I should say, hot and cold air is just going to keep cycling at, and it's just going to really overheat itself. My recommendation would be, oh, it does, front and back open. Okay. Still, if it's got sides covered up, it's still going to breathe a lot of air in there. I would recommend to keep it on the desk just because you're going to get a lot more radius of just open air circulating out. Just the less, what should I say, the less room for air would be ideal. Yeah, great question. So Brandon's installing the case here, the motherboard tray. Are we going with a down or an open? Are you going to run it all the way down?
I'm going to have at the bottom,
yep.
Yeah.
And then what we like to do is we like to install the AIO, and we like to put the AIO behind. I'll show you a little bit of this. It might be foreign language to some, but we like to run the AIO a certain way on the tray, so that way it looks a little bit better. Not going to affect any thermals, not going to affect any temperature-wise.
We have online people that were hoping that you could repeat the question. So
yes.
when people are asking them.
Yeah, where can I see the online question?
There is no online question.
Oh,
They just can't
okay.
hear the audience, so they want
Yes.
to make sure so they get an idea of what's
Yeah.
going on.
Oh, repeat the question or ask me a question. What was that?
Repeat the question when the audience asks it. They can't hear them, so.
Oh, okay. So the question that the gentleman asked, he asked about he has a desk that's has a built-in spot for a PC, and he asked if it would be ideal to put the PC in there. It has a front and back open, right? I would recommend not to do that. Can it work? Absolutely. Just depends on one, the case, and two, more or less room for air if you just set it on the actual desk. So, I mean, obviously with your guys' flight sim rigs, if you have a PC there, you probably have a spot for it. You probably have somewhere that it sits, whether that's on carpet. I would recommend maybe getting like a small box that's, at least 6 to 12 inches tall and setting it up there on it, just once again to create that little circulation of air. Installing the AIO?
Yeah, we're about to put it in the case now. Actually bolt it to the case.
So it's starting to come together, as you guys can see it. Who's a fan of white PCs, all white builds? They've came around since COVID started breathing that in a little bit. Nothing wrong with the all black box, but
No, white, you
a
can
little
see
fun
things
story.
better.
How viral started is we
This
started
is pretty
to.
much the setup.
I was
that
an alcohol
have,
salesman.
actually.
We
That
all love
cooling
alcohol
is the
sometimes,
same
right?
thing that
Yes.
same cooler that I have.
Hope you're all not hungover.
And,
I didn't drink last
although
night,
the
so I had to do this.
components are,
But after,
up-
I'll drink with you guys.
upgraded
But
from mine.
I was an alcohol salesman, lost my job during COVID. Very blessed to say that I've never been in that situation. So we started building computers. I started building computers with my cousin in my basement as a hobby. And then I put it on social media. I have two daughters, 17 and 18. They were 14 and 15 at the time. And they're like, Dad, I have TikTok. I'm like, no, I don't want you to have that. So I, in turn, got my own TikTok just to watch what they're doing, right? Any parent can attest, right? If you're going to have it, I got to have it, and I'm going to see what you're doing. So they're like, Dad, you should really put your area, because I have a pretty nice, I would call it nice, setup at home, 3 screens, nice computer. You should put your area on your game room on TikTok. And I'm like, nah, that's all right. So I may have been drinking this night, but I put it on and I just went to bed. I put it on there, a little video, I made a little video. I thought it was cool. I look back, I'm like, why did I do that? It got like 3.2 million views in a week. And all it was is I took a couple PC parts, I wrapped them white with vinyl, and I put it on the internet, and they went absolutely insane. So this is in the era of where these manufacturers were like, they're creating these PC parts, but they're like, I couldn't understand why not make them with color? Why not be pink, purple? We all might drive the same car, but it might be different colors. Why aren't we breathing that ecosystem into the PC world, right? I guarantee all your flight sims look maybe the same, but different, right? You put your own little taste, your own little twist on it. Same in the car concept. So then it spawned a lot of orders, and I didn't know what to do with those. So fast forward, we started a company, and we started building, and I had, at one point in time, I like to tell this story now, but I didn't tell it back then. I had more PC parts in my garage than my house was worth. So I had to pull out like a couple $1 million policy on my garage. It was pretty, my insurance guy's like, what are you doing in there? Like, what's going on? Like, just, it's legal, okay? I'm doing legal stuff. So, yeah, my other half said, hey, like, you gotta do something. So then we started looking for places, but fast forward, we wanted to, I met a couple buddies playing Halo, bringing the Xboxes over, the true LAN party, right? We had the idea, if we're gonna build PCs, we want to build PCs, but we also wanna have people play on the PCs we built. So that's where the concept was born of having an esport facility in Dayton, Ohio, which houses our build room, which houses the 45 custom gaming computers, flight sim, and 4 racing simulators. So, and we have beer pong on Friday nights. So we get a little mix of fun things. So it's really fun. But I like to share that story a little bit, just how the company started. But back to obviously customization of PCs. What we really specialize in The question I asked earlier is how many of you built your PCs? There's a lot of people that raise their hands. It's not rocket science, right? What we do to separate ourselves from the big guys or even any other company is we have that one-on-one interaction with the customer. We all know that you can go to Best Buy. We all know you can go to Micro Centers and just buy your PC, and you can kind of gauge it, say, hey, this will work, right? We offer a lifetime warranty, and then obviously a warranty on parts and labor as well. All labor, if you buy a PC from us, a year later, 2 years later, something happens, we try to diagnose it and get it situated over the phone. If not, if it need be, you need to send it in. You send it in to us, and we do all the labor and stuff for free.
We had an online question from Art.
Okay.
We wanted to know, how do you manage the noise factor with 9 fans in the case?
Great question. So with the 9 fans, that would be, I'll answer that in 2 parts. So with 9 fans, it's actually silent depending on the fans you get. So some stock fans don't have a higher rating, RPM rating, and they also aren't ball bearings. Might be a little bit different,
Fluid
right?
bearings,
Yeah,
yeah.
fluid bearings, yeah. So Leon Lee makes great fans. We have our own fans. They're budget-friendly fans. You can get a whole pack of them for $150. There's cases. There's fans that have just came out that have LCDs inside the middles. Have you guys seen those yet? They're really cool. So they have Leon Lee made brand new fans that have LCDs in the middle. So part of the question is it's going to be silent. All depends on the fan that you go with. And then obviously, if you want it to light up, if you want the LCDs, if you want to jazz it up a little bit, have infinity mirrors, that's when you start getting into it's a little bit more pricey. So hypothetically, we can have this exact same build, and we can cut down $150 if we just put non-RGB fans in. Where I'm going with that is there's so many different ways to build a PC, and there's so many right ways and there's so many wrong ways. The wrong ways would be, not putting enough fans or not changing the fans when the fans die, because we get that a lot too. My PC's overheating, and then we do a test on it, and 3 of the fans aren't working. It only has 1 fan trying to really cool that whole system. So we're a firm believer in, obviously, the more fans, it's only hypothetical, but the more fans that you have in there, the more cooling and the mix is going to be flowed through that. So great question.
And another online question.
Yep.
They say, besides changing the thermal paste yearly, what do you recommend for general maintenance tips for computer?
Dusting out every 6 months at max. I would probably say every month or 2 myself, but everybody has a different opinion. But definitely dusting out. And also your graphics card also has thermal paste. So that's also recommended being changed out, but I'd definitely recommend like a technician to do that.
That's a little bit more advanced. The thermal paste on the GPU is a little bit more advanced for, I would say, even me a year ago. Brandon's very used to it because he does custom liquid cooling. We have to take the PCB off of the GPU and just install a water block on it. So I would highly recommend dusting your PC out every 30 days. And I'll give you guys a little trick. We all know canned air, right? It's very expensive. There is a thing on Amazon, and if you come by the booth, I can share the link. That is it's just like a hand blower, right? It's $45. We use it. I clean my whole house with it. I just put an extension cord, and I'm just dusting it all. My girlfriend's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "This is so much easier." But it's one time $45, and it lasts. We've had ours for 2.5 years, so. That'll save you a lot of time. I mean, even as you're on your flight sim stuff, it gets dusty, right? Dusting that off is super simple. And canned air, just don't buy that. Save you the hassle. So yeah, regular maintenance is definitely up. I mean, obviously we can sell you the computer, I can sell you the car, you can buy the car, but it's up to you to put gas and oil in it, right? Those are just maintenance stuff that's normal. Doing your PC updates, doing your Windows updates. Yes, we all hate Windows 11, right? But do the updates. It's going to really, in turn, hone down on what's going on with your PC. So if you're having driver issues, your GPU, I'm sure you guys have all ran into the issue where you start the game or you try to do this and you got a graphics card update. Do those regularly. I just make it a task anytime that I see that little thing. I research it a little bit, but I hit update and go about my day. So all those will compile in turn hone down on if anything is actually happening. Has anybody got a blue screen of death on your PC? Where the PC just shuts off and it's a blue screen that says, sorry? Nobody's got that? Good, that's good. So yeah, that can happen too. That's a driver, I mean, multiple reasons why that can happen. But if you're doing your updates, if you're dusting out your PC, we've seen some very horrid PCs that come in that haven't been dusted, and it's caked on. That can be a defining factor of the PC turning off, not running properly. All those things are great to do. AO giving you some trouble?
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Apollo asks online, could you recommend a memory speed or price tag for a SimPC? Thank you from Azores.
Yeah, thank
What
you,
was the
Mama
last part of
Air.
that?
Yeah,
The
it's
question was,
good
could you please
information if
recommend
you're
a memory
starting your,
speed,
starting
to
simming and you
price
want to get
for a SimPC?
a good
Like, is there a
PC,
good
so you have a good
budget
experience
option
with it.
that's also quick
This is great
for memory?
information.
For memory. Well, you want to answer that, Brandon, maybe? Memory speed that's budget friendly for a flight sim?
I'd say so. Probably
Loaded question.
6,000 speed.
Yep.
There's quite a bit of memory. So there's DDR4 and DDR5. I'd say the best thing to get is 6,000 speed DDR5. A 3600 speed if DDR4. There's a latency on all memory, which is it's a
I hope
wide
you don't mind, but
it's a
I'm having
wide
some,
number.
That's a loaded
But-
question because we still have DDR4. You guys familiar with DDR4, DDR5? Do you guys know what that is? Okay, so we have DDR4, DDR5. Just because you have DDR4 doesn't mean, oh my gosh, my PC's not going to work. It's not going to work right. It's just me owning a 2020 car, right? Yes. It is. Yes, you're right, sir. Correct. Huh? So he said, is it based on the motherboard? The question that came online was, the gentleman asked what would be the best budget-friendly RAM speed, which it's a great question, but it's kind of a loaded question because you could build hypothetically a budget-friendly DDR4 that's maxed out 64 gigs and still be in your budget, but you could also turn around and go to new-gen DDR5. And this gentleman attested that it also depends on your motherboard. So yes, you can't mix DDR4, DDR5. There's also another thing too. You guys familiar with XMP? You know what XMP is? So it's just overclocking your RAM. Because when it comes in from the factory, if you have 6,000 millihertz RAM, what is it clock?
Megahertz. So it's 6,000 megahertz RAM, but there's different CAS latencies, which it really there's a formula to tell how fast it is, though. So it could be a slower megahertz, but have a lower CAS latency and still be faster. So the fastest RAM is the best for Microsoft Flight Sim specifically.
Yeah, with the sim stuff, it really is you really just want to. I love to use this analogy, and sorry I keep bringing up cars.
I have to say, these
but
cookies from
your CPU and your
Trader Joe's,
GPU is kind of like your
different
engine and your
ones,
transmission, right? That's
are
going to be the
awesome.
bulk dollar amount of your cost of your PC. Once again, you can get away with having 6 fans, 3 fans that aren't RGB that might cost you $10 each. But that's where I would really, if I'm building a PC nowadays and it's my first time building a PC and I don't know, where to look, where to turn, you want to invest your budget. If your budget's $2,000, you want to invest the majority of that budget inside of those two parts because those are going to carry the longevity of your build. You don't want to be replacing the CPU and GPU unless you just don't care about money and you want to do that every year, which is totally fine. But it's, once again, back to the theory of chasing the iPhone upgrades. You're going to be just changing. So great questions. Anybody else got a question? Yes, sir. Brandon loves these questions. Gentleman asks i5 versus i7 versus i9. What are the differences?
Okay, so i5 is basically like the standard. I'm going to go game CPU. I'm probably not going to do any anything extra per se. It still works on everything because everything's so powerful now. So basically the i7 would be like, okay, I'm gonna go game and probably stream and probably have quite a few tabs open on my browser. And then, then you get to the i9, which is, I'm gonna do a bunch of things. I'm gonna stream, I'm gonna video edit, I need as many cores as possible to get the video workloads done and streaming, and you could probably be doing multiple things now because hardware is so powerful now.
We found out with the flight sim stuff, it's more CPU heavy than it is GPU heavy. Your GPU definitely matters. i5 14600s in this build now. That's the one that we kind of start out building for flight sim stuff. i7,
with,
i9,
2024,
they're going to work. The question that I would ask you in
CPU
return would be
other cores. So
how much do you want to future-proof this build?
right now,
because
2020
you could say, hey,
core.
hey, Austin, I want to build a PC, but I don't want to touch it for 5 years.
If you can afford
versus
to go
another
with the
gentleman
i9.
say, hey, I want to build this PC, but I'm going to replace it in a year or two. So that matters too. That's why at Viral, what we do is when you call us and you order a PC or you have questions, you're talking to one of us three. You're not talking to an 800 number, and I don't even mean to say it in the wrong way, but we really we don't let you overbuy or underbuy. If you say, hey, give me the best of the best, I'm going to ask you, what are you playing? Why do you need it?
Can you make any comments on GPUs? There's quite a few different ones at different price points. Of course, the best one is probably the most expensive, top of the line. But the difference between some that are much less expensive and the other one can be very small improvements. What in 2024? Do you have any comments on the GPU?
Yeah, so
Yes, great question. Gentleman asked, do we have any comments on the GPU market in 2024? There can be a lot of different ups and downs and very minimal upgrades. So great question. So you're going to hate me for this, but we're about to get into 50 series cards. The rumor, speculation here probably at the end of the year. So once again, saying it again, I'm going to repeat myself, chasing the upgrades of technology every year.
yeah,
I got a chance to go out and talk with
the
a lot of exhibitors out there and
GPUs
ask
from
them
one to
personally,
the other
what are you
really
guys
don't
running?
make that much of
There's
a
a
difference.
mix.
So if you
no
have
20
a
series cards, I don't
4090
think.
or something
A lot of
like
30
that,
series cards and
you're-
some 40 series
you
cards.
don't save your
So
money. Don't go with
all of them work.
with the new
It's
bright,
back to
shiny
you on a
objects.
budget. How much do you want to future-proof this? We can build you a machine that is running a 30 series card that's going to last you 2 to 3 years. We all know, I think, that Microsoft Flight Sim's about to change some stuff, right? They say that you're going to be safe and it's going to run, but we'll see. But yeah, I think they all work hand in hand. They're like, okay, we're going to do this upgrade and then sell more 50 series cards. But it's based on budget. We could build you a 30 series card with a 14500 14 series chip, or even AMD, and it gets you by. But like Brandon attests to, it's what do you really want to do with the PC? Is it just flight sim stuff, or is it utilized to be, gaming at night? Is it utilized to be a workload? So those are the questions that we like to ask our customers when they're buying from us. So I answered it, but I answered it in a long term. So there's very minimal upgrades from 4070, 4070 Ti, 4080, 4080 Ti, 4090. 4090 is your top dog, right? Should you buy it, you can. If you can afford it, great. You're going to future-proof your system for 5 years. Yeah, so. And it also depends on, too, and this is a question that it gets asked, but it also factors into what type of monitor are you using, right? So 4 monitors, highly recommend. I would change that from not a 30 series card to maybe at least a 4080 for you. Because it's going to be able to power those 4 monitors. And then we can go even further and say, is it 4K, 2K, what's the refresh rates? And then we just keep going, right? So, yeah. Yes, sir. I'm getting to you. I seen you. Sorry.
What about custom laptop builds? Do you do those as well?
Unfortunately, we do not. Yes. We just, we deal heavily in PC builds. We do roughly 80 to 100 a month, ship them worldwide. We haven't really got into any PC laptop stuff, unfortunately. We can give recommendations on probably what we'd recommend. But yeah, I see that there's a lot of laptops out there. I was highly impressed. So they can do a workload. So just
All
be
right,
mindful
so
that they
we're
have to be
getting to
plugged
the
in
end
and
of
they,
this
they do
particular
utilize.
seminar.
But
I'm going
that is a great
to
scenario if you're a
get
traveler
my
and you want to take something to run a
Bonanza
sim
ready,
or
and
game
in
or
between,
whatever
just
it may
gonna
be,
fly
and then have
around
a stationary home.
Vegas and
Yes, sir.
show you a new update, city update for Vegas one more time, and hopefully I won't crash and I have enough fuel.
So I'd probably recommend
then we'll go to
8
our next-
cores. Sorry,
the
so
next seminar.
comment on the CPUs and how much cores and cache you'd recommend in 2024. Most games are not using as many cores as everybody thinks they are. So that's what the i5 and i7 and i9 have difference. So if you want to do like flight sim, it's extremely CPU intensive. So the more cores is still better, but also it's not utilizing all the cores in most games now. It's probably using up to 4 cores, maybe up to 8. It just depends on how much the game's actually utilizing the cores. So in i9, and i7 can perform exactly the same in the game, which is the thing that people don't exactly understand is, I have the i9, it's going to get better FPS in flight sim, but in reality, it's the clock speed of the cores it's the workload that core can handle. So I think the best thing for gaming is an i7 personally. An i5 is extremely as good as the i7. It's just like when you get to like games that require more cores, you're going to want to look at an i7 or an i9. The i9 is more for, say, video editing, workstation, AI, anything that needs a lot of cores thrown at it.
How many of you overclocked your PCs before? Was it scary? No? Yeah. It's fun. Brandon loves that. I mean, he goes home and just overclocks, makes dinner, overclocks. So he loves tinkering and stuff. So I'm always turning to him. So a lot of people don't talk about this too, is like when you add bloatware, I'm not talking bloatware like whatever, but how many people just, you're in the mix and you might use your PC for flight sim, but you might use it for personal stuff, you might game on it, but how many of that stuff that we forget we download? I know we've all done it on our phones, we've downloaded an app and forgot about it, it's still on there. Well, that's using memory, that's also using space, it's also using, we can go on and on and on. So that plays a big factor in stuff too. And I'm not saying, run your computer clean, right? Just have Microsoft Flight Sim on there or whatever you used, right? But the cleaner you keep it, then the cleaner it will perform, right? So I always roll back that. It's like, when's the last time you actually utilize everything you're using on your PC and shut some of that stuff down to really keep it more optimized too? So, yes, sir. For flight sim, I would highly recommend the X3D chips. They've performed very, very well. Yeah, all of our builds, we have 10 builds. We have 10 builds out there that we rented to exhibitors that we built, and I think 7 out of the 10 are AMD chipsets, and these are all requested from them. So, yeah, let's not forget about AMD. We've been talking a lot about Intel, but that's a Chevy Ford conversation. I mean, you got loyal AMDs, you got loyal Intels, and they just chase each other every year. So, yeah, for GPUs, I'd highly recommend NVIDIA for sure. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I get pop-ups on driver updates.
Yep.
Of course, they want money to do it.
Yeah.
Should I just ignore it?
Yeah, don't ever pay money to do that. Yeah, there's different ways. You stop by the booth, we can give you kind of some pointers on how to get all that kind of out of the way and then running good for you. Yep, great question. Question was he gets pop-ups all the time about updating drivers. They want him to pay money to update the drivers. There's a free, easy way to do that. Don't fall for that stuff. Yep. Any other questions?
Yeah, and an online question. What is the importance of single core performance versus, you talk a lot about multi-core performance, but how important is single core performance on a central processing unit?
So a single core performance would definitely differ. So the clock speed of the cores greatly varies when it comes to single core versus multi-threaded performance. So multi-threaded performance, the clock speed will be lower. And then single core performance, the clock speed will be much greater. So you'll have a lot more performance out of the single core when it's used just one at a time versus multi-core, because when you have all the processing units actually going, they're using the frequency of that goes down, but there's more of them to carry the workload. The importance is really just the single core is mainly utilized in most games, but there's the multi-threaded. It uses basically up to four cores max usually in games. I mean, it doesn't usually use more than that, but there is games starting to utilize more cores, so that's starting to utilize all the processor now. So an i5 could generally be good for most games, but if you want to do multiple things at once, so you're not wanting to just run your game, you're wanting to run like the software for your controllers and stuff, it's going to be using more cores. That's basically what the difference is between single core and multi-threaded.
Sir? You got? Okay, cool. Yep. Yes, sir? 850. Great question. So what we do at Viral is we future-proof our builds. What that means to you as a customer, can you go buy a CyberPower, like Evan talked about earlier? We can all do that. We can all buy something that's just strictly off the shelf, ready to go. When it comes to upgrading your parts down the road, though, what we do, and we get sometimes we get flack for this, we future-proof the builds. We put higher wattage power supplies in there. The motherboards we're building on have 4 RAM slots. So if you wanted to add RAM down the road, you can do that as well. What happens of those out-of-box experiences, once again, they're okay. But when you go to upgrade those, hey, I'm changing my GPU out. Well, what power supply you have? A 450. Well, that's not going to work. It becomes a domino effect of upgrades, right? We get flack for it. It's just because some people are like, well, you're selling computers. Don't you want returning customers? We would rather be that brand that gives you what you pay for, and then in turn, if you want to upgrade down the road, that we in hopes that you call us, right? Because we don't like that. We've seen a very huge gap in the market with these PCs that are coming into us and getting fixed, and they want, we're the bad guy because we're just trying to sell them something. But in a sense, what they want, the upgrades that they want and need, more RAM, higher GPU, can't run off the power supply they have. So great question. That definitely, I'll touch a little bit more on that, but power supplies definitely come into play, and they're often just like the last part to pick out. They're like, yeah, whatever, just throw that on there. You're gonna see a lot more 1,000-watt PSUs. 850s is probably the starting range. 650s, all that stuff's still gonna exist, but as the 50 series cards come out, I mean, 40 series 4090 GPU runs max 600 watts, Brandon?
Yeah, so the 4090 is 600 watts, 4080s around like 450.
Think of that. I mean, that's just your GPU, right? So like, take that in consideration, and we don't expect a lot of people to know that, but that's information that we release to you guys saying, hey, the specs you picked out are gonna work, but we would highly recommend going with a bigger power supply. And on our website, we have pre-made, fabricated builds that are already ready. You have 3 flight sims that are on there, you have a couple racing sims, or you can go in and literally just build your own computer and kind of play around with it and test it out, or call us. We're open 7 days a week. All of us are there Monday through Friday till about 5 p.m. Eastern time. But you can call us, leave us a message. I have some cards left. I really didn't bring a lot, but I have some cards left. You guys can take a picture of it and email me with any questions you got. Don't feel like you have to buy a computer off us if you got some questions. We'd love to help you guys out. So, yes, we do ship internationally. Yep. Right now we're running a promo, free domestic shipping. Don't hate me. Inside right now. But yeah, we'll also touch a little bit on that. We don't make money off shipping. We're not the company to say, hey, you bought a PC off us. it's $300 to ship, and in turn it's $60. Shipping to us. We're not in the market to make money off shipping. We sell PCs. So.
Can you recommend any websites or blogs to keep updated on the latest technology regarding PCs and gaming PCs?
Yes. So the question is, can you recommend any blogs or websites to keep up to date on gaming technology? There's a couple that I might recommend that I frequent fly. The Verge is one. It's a really good one. I'm well endeavored in some Reddit posts. But
intentions say I
you can check out our website. We update it frequently.
So
we don't have any
sorry
blogs, but we do release a lot of information on there. We do make educational videos too. We have a TikTok. We have a YouTube. We have an Instagram. We have a Twitter. So we're well into the social media ecosystem. So I think I had one close up front here. Yes, sir. Great question. Gentleman asked, when you're shipping or moving computers, do you recommend keeping the GPU installed? Nowadays, I would say absolutely not. Take it out. Excuse me. So of the 10 PCs we shipped here for exhibitors to use, all the graphics cards were out of the PCs. Less room for error, right? Because it is clipped in. You think about that, it's very thin. It's very thin, right? So that the piece goes in right there, the teeth connect to the motherboard, and it gets clipped in. But think about in shipping, no matter how much you pack on the bottom or the top, if it gets dropped in the exact same right spot, that'll hinge itself and break. So we'd always recommend kind of inserting it out and then shipping it that way. Now, if you're moving from house to house or whatever like that, you should be fine. And it's okay to turn the PC actually on its back. That's okay. We have normally, it's done?
It's done.
Man, we got 3 minutes to spare. But it has to turn on. Don't clap yet. Hold on. Don't give them that much, guys. Hold on. It's got to turn on. Right? We built a car, but it's got to start. But yeah, this is normally mounted. You can vertically mount a graphics card. Have you ever seen that? So this right here would be turned, this whole thing would be turned up. So the fans would be facing us now. And we get a question a lot of times, is their performance better that way? It's just aesthetically pleasing. Oh, there it is. Nice. So it's colorful, it's jazzed up, it's nice, and then we'll kind of do its cycle fans here. So all the fans can be controlled, like I said, with a motherboard or even like a little remote control as well. So, all right, 2 minutes to spare. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Vertical, yep. So there's a special bracket that gets made. So hypothetically, this is the GPU. It would go up and sit like this, but the bracket would have to be, we don't have one here, I do apologize, but it would sit like this. If you come to the booth, I have plenty of pictures. I would say 9 out of 10 times we vertical mount GPUs. Wouldn't you say, Brandon?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with this, but these graphics cards nowadays, if they're even white, because people chase that all white look or that all black look. Great question. How do you connect it if it's 90 degrees off of the motherboard, he asked. There's an extension cable. Does not impact anything, despite what you read on Reddit. Does not impact any performance. They've done testing on testing on testing of the GPU. Matter of fact, we think it's a little bit better for thermals, but we will not go into that. Yes, sir.
So it seems to me right now, talking about thermals, that your GPU fans are blowing down and your case fans are blowing up. Is that not an effect?
So the fans are actually they're actually blowing upwards. So the fans you're getting straight fresh air coming up, going through the graphics card heatsink, so it's going upwards, and then it gets pushed out the front of it, and then it gets exhausted to the back and the other back, so it goes out both ways. So all the hot.
Your
Yes, but they don't run all the time. They only run when they need to be. So when they do run, it's still sticking that cold air and just shooting it straight up.
But your GPU is still blocking that airflow. The air is coming in from underneath the case, and the GPU is blocking that.
It's not blocking it because it actually has holes in the top. You'll see when you come over, so it all goes through it. Great question, though. Yep. Yes, sir.
That looks good.
Gentleman asked, do we recommend a high refresh rate monitor versus, a TV, what a lot of people use nowadays? Loaded question. I would say, are you utilizing the PC for flight sim and gaming? Because you can get both. And I believe that a lot of companies, ASUS has stepped into the realm of making 42 to 45 inch gaming monitors. I would personally recommend that if it fits inside your budget, because that is going to be two birds, one stone. Like, you're going to get the TV aspect, but you're also going to get that high refresh rate. I believe they start at 165 refresh rate, all the way up to 240. So great question. I would just say personal preference. Yeah, if you're gaming, always monitor. We always tell our customers, we can sell you the PC. We don't sell monitors, it's just too of a competitive scene for us. But, oh, the peel. Oh, he did the peel. People like the peel, man. We should have slowed that down. We got 50 seconds left. But, see, want to leave it for the end customer. All right, no, we'll leave the front one.
Yeah, I'll leave the front one, definitely.
Before we end, we had a question online. What are the full system specs that you just put together today? So if they wanted to recreate exactly what you built, what would they need to get?
Perfect. So what we built is a
14600K
Yep.
i5 with a RTX 3080 Ti, which has plenty of video memory. We could, the pricing is quite a bit different from like 30 series and 40 series, so we wanted to optimize the price for this build to have the most video memory possible. Instead of getting, say, like a 4070, I think a 3080 Ti is still outperforming that. So that, we have 32 gigs of DDR5 RGB, 360 millimeter deep cool AIO, Z790 gigabyte Aorus motherboard, and a 1 terabyte Gen 4 NVMe, which is going to have the fastest speeds. There's Gen 5 out, but that will also steal lanes from your CPU.
And this build will be on our website later today as well, so they can actually go to viraltech.com, VYRALTEQ.com. Brandon's head's in the middle of it. You can't see it, but there you go. So you can check that out on there. Yes, sir.
On pricing, what's the lowest and the highest price computer you've ever sold, and do you take in trade-ins?
Lowest and highest PC we ever sold, and do we take in trade-ins? I would say if you are local to Dayton, Ohio, we would consider it, but shipping it in, we don't really have a market for that stuff. Lowest PC we built, I think, is around 1,600. Highest PC we built, they just finished a video rendering
AI
24090s,
PC.
24090s,
Yeah, 24090s.
$12,000.
$12,000.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, we just got back from, we just built 5 computers for T-Pain. He's a rap artist, Atlanta, Georgia. We did an install at his house about 3 weeks ago, so it was really fun. So we get, we're very blessed to have some really high-profile celebrity builds, which is really fun too. So some turnkey going to their house and installing it, so that's always fun. One we just built, secret price. Just joking. That'd probably be around $2,800 to $3,000. Yep. I think that's it. Oh, one more.
Keep the computer on 24/7 or turn it off when you're not using it. What do you recommend?
So question is, do we keep the computer on 24/7 or turn it off when you're not using it? Depends if you're mining Bitcoin. And it can heat your house. So loaded question, but I would highly recommend turning it off when you're not using it. Yep. So last but not least, guys, if you got more questions, please come over here. I don't want to run over so the people over here don't get a chance to get on here. But stop by the booth and please enter to win this beautiful PC. I really, really appreciate your guys' time and effort today. We will be back next year, wherever that may be.
Yeah, wonder if you
and
can
we might even
enter
have a PC
via
building class. I was
online.
talking with Evan, so we're going to work out logistics behind that.
I'll have to
And
check
maybe
on that.
give a little bit more in-depth. I think it'd be really neat. So my name's Austin. This is Brandon. This is Tasha. We thank you for your time today. Stop by the booth, guys.
All right, so I'm gonna switch back. I just took off from Vegas International Macron Airport, and I'm gonna set up for the next seminar here, which is going to be, next seminar is upcoming VATSIM, You're Never Alone. That will be interesting. Like I said before, I'm not a fan of VATSIM, but maybe they'll convince me here that that's a good option rather than say Intentions AI. VATSIM is a free service. It's a little bit, you know, sometimes it can be a little bit challenging if you might be a little bit, shy with communicating with live ATC. So, but, and the other thing is that the coverage is a little bit spotty. So even, I tried it once, even with the coverage, if you get ATC guy who's busy, whatever, and you may have to wait for a while. I didn't have a good experience, maybe, and that was a while ago, but maybe that will change now. And so let's that's gonna be in about 20 minutes, so stay with me. I'm just gonna go around Vegas and check out this new city update, and then we'll tune into the VATSIM You're Not Alone. Meantime, you can listen to Janet here from Sane Intentions. And yeah, it's a little bit, some turbulence here in Vegas. It's still pretty hot in my cabin here at 104. I got the I have to turn on the AC. I did turn it off for takeoff. I'll turn on my nav lights, off on the beacons, and I'll turn on the strobe lights here. And other than that, looks good. We'll settle around 5,400. It'll give us a nice view of Vegas here. I will go through the strip a couple of times, and so let me know what did you think? Are you thinking about building your own PC? Or are you gonna buy straight from the store? I think that I would stay away from Best Buy or whatever. I think if you can find a dedicated PC builder that you can kind of like control what's going into the system, I think that will be a better option for you. I built my own, really not a big deal. It's the second time I built a PC, and probably the fourth time I kind of upgrade the same PC with new components. Once you get a hang of it, it's not, watch a couple of YouTube videos and you'll be all set. It's not a big deal. Just follow the steps that need to be followed in terms of precautions to make sure you don't burn or you don't snap anything that can be broken. Just to be careful on some of the things. And I'm not sure if you're gonna save any money on it. I didn't find that I saved money. I probably spent about what I would have spent on the if I had someone else build it for me, less than buying it straight from a store like Best Buy or some other store. But it was fun. I got the components that I wanted, and yeah, it didn't take that long. It took me, I would say it took me about 3 hours. That was the second time. The first time it took me a lot longer. All right, so GL, I have a tradition going back to 29 years. Whether a new flight sim I use comes out, I build that year. I actually, that's a good kind of rule of thumb there. That's a so are you gonna build one for 2024? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about I to get the upgraded card for me. If I want to go to a 49er 90 or so, I would need a new case. So yeah, that it's coming in November. So let me know. Are you thinking about building one now, or you're staying with what you built in 2020? All right, let's go through the strip here and see what the new city update brought us. It looks pretty good, and so far I'm not cooling up quickly enough here. Well, that's Las Vegas for you. So I'm thinking about it. I may upgrade what I have. Yeah, so that's a good option. That's what I did in 2020. I had it and upgraded the components. I'll start with the one that I have for now, 2020, but the process of researching parts, etc. Yeah, so I think that they gave us some good information over here. I kind of disagreed with the guy saying that the processor, the i5, is good enough. I had an i5 before, oh my god, and so when I went to Sim 2020, I had that i5 processor. That was awful. That's what got me to upgrade when I realized, even though Microsoft was saying that it was okay, that it would have been good enough or whatever, not really. Not sure I want to build a new one or one in the next month or two. Yeah, so the good thing is that prices for GPUs have come down. When I started with my new components on this PC, the prices for the GPUs were off the charts, and that was like after the pandemic, and there were some issues with components not being available, but it was just too much. So I stayed with my 2060, and I couldn't do 4K on that one, but it was just good enough for my regular flying at the time. But then when the prices went down, I managed to get that 3070 with a good discount on that. Yeah, and I think that think about 2024, and in one of the seminars they talked about that 2024 is going to be using more than one core. Now, the good thing about that is that they can move stuff to the second core and free up the first core for the core processes for the sim, and you should realize some good performance out of that. I waited to buy the GPU because I could not stomach yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eventually I got the 37 Ti and a new egg shuffle, and it was still too much. Yeah, but the bundle made it easier to swallow. I hear you. I hear you. That's what I got, the 3070. I don't have the TI, but I have the 3070, and it was still. And the good thing about it is that I realized that the prices were coming down when I waited and looked at the prices, and I saw them going down. So I said, well, this would be a good time at this point to go for it when they stabilized, because they were they were off the charts. And some of the reasons for that was the post-pandemic stuff, but also that these GPUs are used for Bitcoin mining. So you had a lot of competition there with these bros that wanted to do a bunch of Bitcoin mining, and we're hugging all of those GPUs. Now that's sort of stabilized. Yeah, right after COVID, that was the case. So I am happy with what I have, and it works really well. It's also, I found that the 37, it really runs cooler than my previous one, and the previous one I couldn't. Gee, in the summer, boy, I couldn't stand it because there was so much heat, and so no, this one runs a lot cooler. So I'm very happy about that. So yeah, it looks as the city update here looks pretty good. I am running at 4K, even though I'm streaming at 1080p. But hopefully you can see that the good details on it, on Vegas, and I mean. I haven't heard from Janet recently, so I don't know what she's doing. Let me check on her. Hey Janet, are you there? She's probably pretty quiet today. Not this morning. Yeah, so a little bit of some, these. Yeah, I think you told me that already. Anyway, so I turned on live traffic here and turned on I just wanted to see other simmers in the air. I'm not seeing anyone around. Would have expected a lot of people be around Vegas today for the conference, but maybe it's winding down and people are moved on. Although we have, like I said, anyone uses VATSIM here or have used VATSIM, it'll be interesting to see. I am very happy with Say Intentions AI. I got Beyond ATC just to do a video and compare with it. I have only been able to complete one good fly with it, and I don't know the reasons why. Maybe I was flying, in South America, even though Say Intentions AI did a good job in South America, but I couldn't do a good fly down there with Beyond ATC, and I was only able to do one good fly in the US with Beyond ATC. So I haven't used it for a while. I keep using Say Intentions because even though they still have some issues and challenges in terms of IFR approaches, they're making progress. They're kind of making steady progress. I don't see that with Beyond ATC. Not sure why, but anyway, so GL might be on a different server, West Coast. Yeah, you're right. I can change the server, but I don't want to mess up because the thing crashed for me already, and I think it was because I was using FSTL, or maybe OBS did something, because I had issues with OBS in the past while recording or streaming. All right, let's take a look at the. Might be a little bit too high here, but that looks good. Let's see. Yeah, it looks good to me. Yeah, GL, good luck with your PC, and let me know, if you're not a Seeky subscriber, go ahead and subscribe, and let me know how your PC turns out, and if you're finding that it was a good investment. Yeah, so Vegas looks good to me. And nicely we have a live weather, and it's just a beautiful day here. A little bit too hot. Let me see. Yeah, the golf course is there, and the airport. So this one thing about Vegas is just so convenient to fly into that airport and just check in. You can even walk from the airport to any of those hotels in there. Yeah, so this city update looks fantastic to me. Not too many people on the highway today. They're probably all in the Expo. Yeah, right. It's a little bit stuttery, but I think it's live weather. I don't usually use live weather. Even FSTL, I have to bring it down in terms of the amount of aircraft, parked aircrafts or live aircraft that are flying around, because it does take a hit on the FPS. And yeah, that airport looks fantastic too. And there's the Raiders. Where the home of the Raiders. Yeah, and the other thing is that if you move around, you don't see the usual building up on the graphics. You have it looks like photogrammetry, because you don't see any of the buildings kind of like losing detail and coming back. I just don't want to get in the middle of any aircrafts coming in or out. So I hear. All right, let's do another. Yeah, I got a traffic alert, but I didn't see it. All right. 82, that's oh, there is a Southwest right there in front of us. Just missed him. Yeah, I got it. I guess I shouldn't be flying in the path of all these aircrafts over here at this airport, but hey, that makes it fun, right? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Soon I'm going to get a phone number for, they're gonna call me and they say, call this number and we're gonna pull your license. We don't care if it's a flight simmer license or whatever. You're not flying in the city anymore. Yeah. I think she makes things up with Toby. Anyway, so let me know, what do you think about this city update? So far for me, it's great, and we are 2 minutes in for our next seminar here. That's gonna be You Are Never Alone. You're Never Alone with VATSIM. And I'm just gonna let the plane fly around while you watch that seminar, and I think it will be interesting. Like I said, I don't use it, but maybe I'll give it a try again. All right, we got 1 minute to go for that next seminar. Just stay with us. Ziggy Air bringing you FSExpo today, the last day of the last day, and we also will later on we'll review some of the more interesting seminars from the days before. All right, let's do another pass here. And let's check on the seminar here. It hasn't started yet. Lots of golf courses around here in Vegas. All right, they may be running a little bit late. We can give them a couple of more minutes. Give us enough time to do another pass. So remember, all right, so we are live now. Let's go to the seminar.
Pilot training department for the whole VATSIM network. So I want to get a quick feel of the room, see what our audience is all about today. So let's see, by a show of hands, who has never heard of VATSIM before? Never heard of it before. Yeah, thanks guys. Okay, we got a couple. How about some folks who have heard of VATSIM before, but you've never really taken the plunge? Yeah, a lot more hands. That's what I thought we'd see. That's perfect. And now to give you all some comfort, let's see who is currently a VATSIM member in the room. Perfect, love to see it. So we've got everyone at least raise their hand. Thanks for participating. But here's the last question. Who in here loves aviation? Yeah, that's our common ground. I love it. So I want to give you a brief introduction about me and my history in aviation on the network before we dive into what VATSIM is all about. So I've been a member of VATSIM for about 8 years now, and I have been a staff volunteer for over 7 years. I have volunteered all across the nation in a variety of different locations, such as our Houston Arctic, Fort Worth, Denver, and most recently at the VAT USA division level. And I'll get into more about what all that means in a bit, so don't worry if you don't get it now. My current, in the real world, VATSIM had a huge impact on me, and it actually drove me to get my private pilot license, and a couple years ago even completed my instrument rating. I am really passionate about teaching and educating everybody in the aviation space. It's had a huge impact on my life. I'm big on giving back. That's why I'm up here today. That's why we're all here. So I'm very interested in currently in the pursuit to get my CFI, Certified Flight Instructor license. Born and raised a Hoosier, I currently live in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I've been a lifelong musician. That's the fun fact for you all. Couple of pictures on the screen to actually show some of the adventures. Just recently went with one of my friends, Harry, to Sporties, and a couple of very cool photos. Life in the air is just better, right? We all know that, whether it's on the sim or in real world. And it's just had, again, a huge impact on my life. You know, done a lot of cross countries, a lot of cool flying adventures. But one that really sticks out to me that I want to kind of share with y'all is the very first flight I took, my discovery flight. I asked my flight instructor if I could take the radios. And he looked at me like I was nuts. He was like, "What are you talking about? You're gonna get us a phone number. This is gonna go terribly." And I had been on VATSIM for many, many years at that point. And I was air traffic controller, I was a pilot, I knew what I was talking about. And because of the comfort level of me talking with real people on the other line in a very safe environment that VATSIM is, I was able to surprise my flight instructor to the point where he thought the next step was going to be a simulated engine out. So discovery flight was very interesting. You know, again, real world and VATSIM can tie together. So no matter what your interest is in here, sitting in the room, whether you just are a simulator pilot, maybe you just worry about, you know, real world aviation and you're getting into simulation, VATSIM has it all. So we're going to get into it. The session objectives here, very plain and simple. I wanted to lay this out for you so you don't get lost and you kind of know where we're going. I want to tell you all about what VATSIM is, who makes up VATSIM, which is everybody in the room, whether you think or not. We're going to elaborate on the benefits and highlight basically what you're going to get out of this, how you can tailor your experience on our network, because there's so much to do. And then finally, we'll present you with the resources for you to leave this session today and become a VATSIM member, feel confident about where you want to go and what you want your adventure to look like. So I would like to first start off with a 5-minute video that perfectly explains what VATSIM is in the most cinematic way possible.
The Virtual Air Traffic Simulation Network, VATSIM, is the free international online network and community where flight simulator enthusiasts from all over the world can fly together and receive live air traffic control services from virtual air traffic controllers. For 2 decades, VATSIM has been the place to go for anyone that likes to add an additional level of realism and professionalism to their flight simulation experience. Let's take a look at what VATSIM is all about and how it will bring your flying experience to a new level.
Airbus 115, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff, wind variable at 6. Runway 34 right, clear for takeoff, Airbus 115.
Microsoft Flight Simulator combined with VATSIM offers the perfect environment to get used to talking on your airplane's radio and to stay sharp and focused while flying a plane.
Seattle Departure, Cessna 598 Mike Tango is 1 mile south of Renton Airport, 2,500. Cessna 172, request flight following to Painfield.
On the VATSIM network, air traffic control services for your flight are provided by trained virtual air traffic controllers. The virtual skies are divided into many virtual area control centers. These are often run by local communities that are part of the VATSIM network and that take care of the airspace above their home country. This means you'll be talking to people from all over the world. Americans when flying over the US, Brits over the UK, and Germans over Germany. And don't worry, they all speak English wherever you fly.
Alpine 317, wind 330 degrees, 5 knots, runway 26 right, clear to land. Iberia 31 Bravo Hotel identified, descend to flight level 100.
On VATSIM, there are many events organized across the globe every week. As a pilot, you can experience the differences in air traffic control procedures when flying from Europe to America.
KLM 602, Los Angeles ground, runway 25 right, taxi via Kilo Bravo.
Or join as we simulate real-life operations at one of our major airports. As you can imagine, it can get quite busy.
Speedbird 113, Heathrow delivery, hello, cleared to New York, JFK by Compton and flight planned route. Altair 291, 25 7 knots, I'm at 25 center, cleared for takeoff.
VATSIM provides many free training opportunities for Microsoft Flight Simulator users through our various pilot training programs, including personal in-airplane and classroom-based instruction from real people through authorized training organizations. From learning the basics of flying in a small propeller aircraft all the way up to managing a complex airliner. Through the various VACCs that are part of the VATSIM network, you can receive training to become a virtual air traffic controller and manage the virtual skies on VATSIM.
American 504, select to Rapid.
Connecting to VATSIM is easy. Simply decide where you want to fly, load at a parking position, open the VATSIM pilot client vPilot for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and enter your credentials. Hit connect, enter a call sign and the aircraft type you're flying, and you are ready to interact with air traffic controllers and fellow simulator pilots all over the world.
Triple delivery, Papa Del Juliet Victor Golf radio check.
VATSIM provides air traffic control services using a method called top-down air traffic control. Our volunteer air traffic controllers will provide all ATC services at airports and positions that would fall vertically below them in the real world. Top-down air traffic control on VATSIM allows our volunteer air traffic controllers to maximize the amount of pilots they interact with and allows pilots to experience full immersion with ATC at times when not every position is staffed by an individual air traffic controller.
Southwest 223, Chicago departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 15,000. Emirates 7, good morning, Dubai departure, identify, climb flight level 150.
Live air traffic control services from real-world professionals and simulation enthusiasts alike, combined with seeing other pilots connected to the VATSIM network, creates the most realistic virtual environment that simply cannot be replicated offline. VATSIM offers its members a wealth of knowledge and connections. Our members range from real-world pilots, air traffic controllers, and aviation professionals to hobbyists desiring greater immersion in virtual aviation. VATSIM members are able to harness all this experience to increase their own knowledge and enjoyment in the hobby. So if you're ready to step up your game and learn more about aviation and flying with air traffic control, don't hesitate any longer. Create your free account at vatsim.net today.
Boeing 31 Heavy, Kennedy Tower, runway 31 left, clear to land.
Yeah, hard to follow up that because my voice doesn't have a dramatic background noise behind it now, but that video is just a really quick introduction as to what you actually see as the pilot, what you get to experience on the network, and there's so many possibilities. So I know that was just a 5-minute video, that's a preview. Let's dive into it, let's talk a little bit about this more. And I do want to preface this that we will be taking questions at the end, and we also have a booth that we'd love for you to come and join us at afterwards if you have follow-up questions. So basically, let's go over what is VATSIM. So the acronym really stands for the Virtual Air Traffic Simulation Network. And what our goal is to really simulate the real-world conditions for our virtual pilots and controllers both to enjoy. This is not just a place where you're going around and you're just flying all willy-nilly. We're actually trying to produce the real-world environment And we do a really good job of that, especially with our controllers who are getting trained under the same rules, and you'll hear the same phraseology that you would expect to hear if you were actually in the real world flying right now. This community is for aviation enthusiasts to expand their flight sim experience, and it's made up of all types of people. We have people who are real world controllers, we have airline pilots, general aviation enthusiasts, flight instructors, and just our favorite, the sim enthusiast like everyone here. We are a learning environment at its core, okay? We want to make sure that members feel that they get something out of this. You are not expected to be a professional before you join VATSIM. That is myth number one that we're breaking today. The biggest thing that we've heard even yesterday as we're going through the booth is, I've heard of VATSIM before and I don't feel like I'm prepared or I don't feel confident enough. I fly great. I know how to fly my airplane. I've flown in my simulator for years, but I don't really feel confident in talking. The only thing that you're going to do in that regard is you got to practice. You got to get on, you got to try, okay? The basics of what you need to do on VATSIM, you should know how to fly a heading, fly your altitudes, maintain control of your aircraft, and be able to understand what people are saying when they're talking to you on the radio. But if you're worried about flubbing up one little word like the or mixing up a letter, don't worry about it. Get on, practice, you will get better. It's a learning environment. This is also a great opportunity to network with those professionals that I spoke on earlier. We have a ton of communities that we're going to dive into again of all the opportunities that this network provides everyone. Finally, I think this goes really big. It's creating lifelong friends who share the same passion as you. I've made hundreds and hundreds of friends on this network because everyone is loving aviation. Everyone tries to be better. You can get into groups that you will have lifelong friends. Absolutely. So it is really not a game, so to speak. Again, it is that simulation. You are seeing other real aircraft in your flight sim. So as the video displayed, you're going to download this client and you're going to now not see AI. It's not going to be the Microsoft Flight Simulator automatic ATC. It's real people like myself and the other controllers who are going to be controlling you just as if real-world people were doing it in the actual real thing. So I do want to move on and show you just a little bit about how many people we have. In the entire network, we have 174,000 active members across the entire world. And that's people who have used the network in the last 60 days. In our Americas region, which is basically the western half here, we have about 64,800. And for our specific division, which is just the United States here, we have 1,900 active controllers. And you can see kind of the graph on the right side of the screen. That's how the breakdown goes. VATSIM network as a whole, then we get into a region, which is a part of the world. We have 3 different ones. And with inside that, we get into divisions, which are typically our countries. Now, this is a quick graph that I wanted to show you about the traffic count. And as you can see, we have been very, very popular with regularly over 20,000 operations per week. And those are year-over-year estimates. You can see that we had the busiest month, actually, in VAT-USA history earlier this year in January, which was absolutely insane. Our events, our pilots were really getting into it and enjoying, and we're super happy about that because it means we're growing as a network and we're getting to more people. Obviously, in our summertime, it's nice outside. People like to go out more. So there is, you can see typical routine drops. But let's get into VAT-USA, right? So there's 2 sides to the network, and there's a lot more. But pilots and controllers, you don't have to be exclusively one. I regularly fly on the network, and I enjoy controlling as well. But a breakdown for those who are not familiar with the United States airspace, we have 22 different centers. And this is big for us because that's how we put our rosters together. We separate our members based by the ARTCC or our centers. So when you join VATSIM, you get to go and be a part of one of these Arctics, and you specialize in this area. And you become a ground controller, and then a tower controller, an approach and center, and you keep working your way up, just like the video said earlier. So it's a great opportunity for you to get familiar as both a pilot. If you like a particular airspace, you'll be hearing from the same air traffic controllers working that airspace. If you're interested in learning how to control, you also don't have to worry about controlling the entire United States all at once. So we do have a map available, and this was taken just 1 hour ago here of what we have up right now. So as you can see, we have plenty of our eastern coast in the United States up right now. A lot of people flying, as you can see all the planes. And take note of some of the airports have little designations on them, such as like the G, the T, and the A, and that's telling you what air traffic control is online right now. One of the trickier things, that's not too tricky when you think about it, is who do I contact when I come up in the sim, right? You're popping up in San Francisco and you want to take a long haul all the way out to New York. Who do you call? Well, right now, we look for the San Francisco airport, and it looks like there's nothing online. There's no designation of ATC at that airport, and then you keep zooming out, right? There was no ground, there's no tower, there's no approach, there's no center. So you would just work on the actual designated CTAF frequency, and you would be announcing your intentions, however weird it is to be announcing on CTAF at a Class Bravo airport, for other pilots who are flying on VATSIM to know what you're doing. However, if we were to have been taking off out of Seattle right now, you would have gone on to Seattle Center, who will be providing your top-down services all the way for taxi. So as weird as it might be, you do call Seattle Center for ground, for your taxi, for takeoff, for departure, and all the way, they'll take you all the way until the edge of their airspace. So we do have that map available. It's displayed on our website. It's also at our booth. So if you're looking more for those resources, please come visit us after. So now we know what VATSIM is. What's the point, right? What are we doing here? Why should I join? What do we have to offer? And thank you, Jared. That was a great question for me. The VATSIM is not a product. It is truly the epicenter of flight sim, because everything here can be brought into the network. Which flight sim you use is up to you. We don't care if you're using Microsoft Flight Simulator, X-Plane, or any of the others. We don't care what plane you're flying. That's for you to choose. That's what makes this community great, is you get to custom make your experience, and then you get to share it with everybody around you. So we have unique opportunities such as participating in events, becoming air traffic control, utilizing that we're a complete tech-based platform and we don't have real-world limitations. We have educational programs such as authorized training organizations, where if you want to learn more about being a pilot, if you want to learn how to fly that new aircraft and your simulator, or you want to keep your real-world studies going on the network, we have all of those things. We also have virtual airlines for those of you who are really interested in going, oh man, I would love to fly like Delta with a bunch of friends. We have that. We also have Southwest Virtual is here today, and they would love to talk to you about that as well. Finally, we have virtual military and special operations. Who in here has flown a military aircraft in their sim? Couple folks? It's pretty cool, I've got to say. Getting to learn from people who are very educational on the matter, that's even cooler. So, again, let's go into a couple of these things. What is an event? What is an event? An event, we have a couple of the banners displayed right here, and that means that it's essentially a big party, all right? So everybody, when you're flying and you're looking on a Friday night or even a Sunday morning, you're saying, gosh, where is the coverage? I would love to talk to some other planes, love to be around other people, and I want to feel what it's like to do ATC. You can find all the listed events on both the VATSIM calendar and the VATUSA calendar if you're looking specifically for the United States. And that's going to list banners and event details such as airports that are being flown into. Every Friday night, we have an event called the Friday Night Ops. It's a long-standing tradition in VATUSA. So if you're ever looking for an event, every Friday we have something in the United States. And it's all different. So you look at the banners and you said, I'm going to fly from Detroit to Las Vegas tonight because I want a long haul and Las Vegas is having an event. So a couple banners, again, all published on our website. And I want to show you guys a little bit from the ATC perspective. It's just a 30-second clip here about what happens when we have event-level traffic on VATSIM. Now, again, this is Memphis approach about 4 weeks ago in a Friday night event. And we have a lot of traffic on VATSIM. So Friday night ops is probably not the best idea for new pilots to go right into, as if you're not comfortable with the network or not comfortable with your skills, radio skills or flying skills yet. I would not suggest going into these because we have a lot of people. But we do control every day. Again, that map shows you what we have going on and great opportunities for you to learn and grow in whatever you're looking for.
You might think you got it.
So let's talk about some of those educational opportunities here. So for a great pilot, you never stop learning, right? We've heard that before. It's on a lot of different YouTube pages and educational books. And our version of that is different flying clubs, different programs. So feel free to take some pictures of this because these are some great organizations. The Virtual USA Flying Club is essentially a general aviation flying club devised of our members. They have, I think it's over 100, 150 plus. It's even greater. 600, thank you, yeah. So it's a very big group, lots of helpful people who are both real-world CFIs and longtime general aviation enthusiasts. We have the Pilot Club, who's here today, and they'd love to talk to you about their educational programs and helping you learn how to fly on the sim, helping you learn how to be a private pilot, learning all of these cool operations. And then the last one I want to highlight for the educational opportunities there, Boston Virtual Arctic Wings. This is a self-paced course that you get to fly all around the New England area. And basically, it's kind of like a challenge. You have to complete different flights with ATC online and continue learning and growing so you become more comfortable with both your aircraft and flying on VATSIM. So a lot of things that are at your disposal to help you ease that transition into VATSIM. Again, we also have the Southwest Virtual Airline displayed here, and they are over at their table right across from the VATSIM booth. And that is if you're interested in learning about ACARs and learning about how actual an airline operations work, that's simulated in here. Lots of VAs. I think we have over 75 plus active VATSIM VAs, so a lot of options for you. And finally, again, those special operations, those military, we have the Virtual United States Air Force for those who enjoy getting in their F-22 in the sim and flying around. We do actually have integration with them and a relationship through ATC so that you can even do some intercepts and some actual military operations live on the network in our airspace. And we treat it just as the real world would do. So a unique opportunity nonetheless. We also have educational opportunities through the VATSIM and the VATUSA division and network level. We have lots of pilot resources available for you to learn how to fly in our airspace. Maybe who in here has flown into DC, the DC area in the sim? Anybody? Yeah. You remember those really weird words like SIFRA and freeze? Yeah, that's simulated on the network now, and some pilots may not be familiar with how that actually works. It might have been one of those things that you're like, I'll just fly in anyway, it's just me. But now it's not just you, and you get to learn how that actually works in the real world, and we simulate that on the network again. Another realism level that we're happy to provide. We also have some cool social media aspects. The VAT USA team, and in partnership with Citation Max and Rob Shearman, Slant Alpha Adventures, has provided a Flight Across America, where we are putting a video series together to help you, the brand new VATSIM member, or the new simmer, or the experienced simmer, to see what a flight on VATSIM actually looks like. It goes from Denver to Dallas Love. It's not too long, but it's devised in the manner that you can go along through it, watching in about 5 or 7 minute clips, so you can understand VATSIM on the ground, taking off, departure, cruise. What do I need to learn? What do I need to worry about? So stay tuned. Our first video just dropped yesterday of a 6-video series, so we're super excited to be releasing that. Stay tuned for it.
So my friends, if you're
now let's talk about getting into the world of air traffic control.
FSExpo.
So becoming an ATC, you have to first figure out where do you want to go. So this, because we're VAT USA and we're in the United States, I'm using that as our example. Do know this happens all over the world. You can control anywhere you want. So becoming an air traffic controller, if you've walked past our booth, we were encouraging those folks to stop and ask our controllers, how's it going? Any weird questions? If anybody's been on VATSIM before and you've gotten a weird vector or something was just like, I don't understand what is going on, 2 things. Ask a controller and learn about it, or become a controller and you'll learn, I promise. The VAT USA Academy is basically the place that you start. We want to give you guys the foundation of being a controller, learning on the other side of the mic what you have, different considerations. The language is still the same, right? Craft is still a craft clearance, except we're giving it and you're receiving it. The VAT USA Academy prepares you for that, and it's a self-paced learning course. At the end of that, you take a quiz. And after you pass that quiz, you will then select one of those 22 facilities I talked about earlier, Anchorage, Honolulu, Denver, Houston, wherever you want to control. That's where you start. And then you do your practical training. You'll work with instructors and mentors like myself and others who will be teaching you how to actually control in the manner that is prescribed per the real world FAA. So it's a long road, it's a hard road, but it's a rewarding one. I remember when I got my S1, it was, oh my gosh, I was so scared. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing and this is crazy. And the instructor said, you got it, don't worry. Remember, it's just fake planes. But it was a cool opportunity because it was my first time out of the school setting where it was like someone was like, here are the keys to the car, like go for it and see. And that level like pushed me to keep going and going and going, and now somehow I'm standing up here talking to y'all. So it's a great opportunity if you're wanting something new. And again, you don't just have to be a pilot. You don't just have to be a controller. VATSIM has both. Please do both. If you're considering it, try it out. If you don't like it, you don't have to continue with it. Give it a shot. Now, the other way you can impact on the network is I love to volunteer and I love to give back, and that's what I have been doing for 7 years. Like I mentioned earlier, I was a mentor, I was an instructor. I've worked on our event staff. I've worked in our training, I've worked on administration, and now my job puts me directly in charge of all 22 facilities in the United States. So there's a lot of different opportunities that you have to give back. Again, Arctic Division Network staff, training, mentor, traffic management. Just a real quick show of hands again, VATSIM pilots currently who have flown into one of our events. Flown into an event, yeah. Has it ever been crazy and you've gotten like a ground stop or a delay where they said, yeah, you're not gonna take off for an hour and a half? Yeah, we have to make sure that our airspace is secure and safe as well, because we're not in the business of just saying, whatever, just go for it, who cares? We want to have that realism factor. So sometimes when things get really, really busy, we have to zoom out, look at the entire United States, much as the FAA does, and we have to say, well, DC, we might have to give you a little bit of a ground stop to get into New York. It's really busy right now. Things like that. So again, getting on the ATC side, you'll start to see why some of the things happen. As a pilot, I'd be frustrated if I was sitting there for an hour and a half, but because I understand why it's happening, I was like, okay, I'll just disconnect and be back in an hour. So we also have a lot of other opportunities. If anybody's interested in joining like social media team, we have a lot of opportunities. We partner with streamers, we partner with our other media partners here, graphic designers, content creators. We're always looking for opportunities to continue spreading the love for aviation and the opportunity to continue learning always. Finally, we're a tech platform. If you're a computer programmer, software engineer, you know anything about tech, we're always looking for people to help out. That's yet another way that you can contribute, because I guarantee you the VATSIM network has a vast impact on new young children who are interested in getting into careers in aviation, and also the more experienced folks who are looking to continue their journey after their real world journey is ended on. It's a great opportunity, and I tell you, it's just one that you want to pursue. I do want to give some tips and tricks, finally, to kind of bestow some knowledge upon you of what I've found over the 8 years of being a member and 7 as a staff. Be concise on the radio and know when to speak. So if you're just tuning into a frequency and you start talking right away, you may not know if someone else was talking before. You may not have gotten if they were responding, etc. Give it a couple seconds, make sure you're on the right frequency, and then ring up, and you don't have to be long-winded. It's okay to pause and think before you hit the button, right? American 248, flight level 350, come on, let's go, right? We gotta push traffic, we gotta go. So if you just thought about it, American 248, flight level 350 over Wichita. Boom, that's all I needed. Use realistic call signs, right? This is a simulation. You guys have the opportunity. There's no penalty for saying you're Delta 1492 on the network, okay? Be Delta 1492 for the day. And if you do use a unique call sign, that's not something that's really used in the real world. When you file your flight plan on VATSIM, there's a remarks section there. Pop your call sign in there. Call sign Blue Streak, call sign whatever, right? Double check your routes for accuracy. Now this is huge, okay? We see this a lot, more than ever. There are lots of YouTube videos out there and other manuals that say, yeah, you don't need those discontinuities. You can just X those out and you can go direct the final approach fix. No, especially in an event, that will get you in trouble. So double check your routes. Make sure it is what you filed. Make sure you have everything on board. Make sure your altitudes are in check, your crossing restrictions. Anybody flown out of Denver before in the sim? Anybody? Yeah? Okay. So anybody who's flown out of Denver knows that there's a 10,000 foot ceiling on your initial climb. And for people who break through that, we have arrivals that come directly over on the downwind at 11. It makes controllers really happy when those...
Just changing a little bit here just to show you how big is this airport in Vegas, huh? It's beautiful. Look at that. And Vegas still looks pretty good. All right, let's get back to VATSIM here.
To know that sometimes the runways will change. We as air traffic control really want to get your request through. We'll do everything we can to make sure that if you've got a request, if you've got a special approach, if you've got a different procedure, we try to make that happen, but ultimately sometimes we can't make it happen. But just know we're trying, right? And so I'll commonly get, I'm set up for ILS 35 left. I can't take ILS 35 right. So I'll do everything I can to get that guy on the 35 left. And what would happen if I can't is I would say, can you take 35 right? Otherwise I'm gonna have to spin you around or do some other vectoring. And that's just the being flexible part, right? Like I will do whatever I can to make your experience better, but sometimes you're gonna have to make a decision on what you want. So be prepared, be flexible. Finally, ask questions. Don't bite off more than you can chew and don't feel like you're alone, right? The title of this presentation was VATSIM, You're Never Alone, because you see all the communities, all the opportunities that you have on our network, that there's no way that if you get involved and are enjoying this and are actively participating, that you won't have a buddy, you won't have an instructor, you won't have somebody that you can go, I'm confused, how do I do this? We have 174,000 members, like I said. I guarantee you someone can answer your question. So don't feel like you have to know it all. Ask those questions. And best of all, if you're flying into airspace and you're with a controller and you're a little nervous about the arrival or you have a question and you don't feel like you want to ring up and the push to talk and talk over voice, VATSIM has the ability for you to direct message other pilots and other air traffic controllers directly through our client so you can ask those questions. And I, as an air traffic controller, can answer that when I have time and I'm not holding the push to talk button down and help you out, okay? So that's a great feature as well. Feel like you're empowered to ask those questions. Because again, we want you to be successful. I hope so do you. So finally, I just wanted to give another big plug for our VATSIM booth over there. We have a great organization. We have great people. We have people who have dedicated years and years and years to this, who just absolutely love the community and keep coming back. This is something that you guys want to be a part of because, again, there are so many opportunities. If you're a real-world student pilot right now and you're worried about radios and maybe you're like, oh, well, the flight sim isn't going to have me feel what it's like to be in the seat in a steep turn. Yes, that's true, right? But what if you're worried about the radios? What if you're worried about procedures? If you're in IFR training right now, this is a great opportunity. It's not just simulation. This has real-world impacts. But this has the ability for just the casual streamer. It should not be scary for you. The network covers those all. So I want to close with thanking you all for being here. You know, we are just people at VATSIM, right? Controllers can kind of get that like scary, you know, I don't want to make them mad kind of thing, but we're just people. We want to get you to where you're going.
Some of them,
ask us questions. Be prepared.
If they're
and again, the most important part is have fun and keep learning. So I want to thank you all. I want to ask for questions. There's 2 microphones up here. I'm sure we've got some. We've got about 8 minutes for Q&A here. So if you've got questions, feel free to just pop up to the mic. But other than that, thank you all so much.
That's the thing with AI.
I've got a quick question. I've been on VATSIM
nice
for 6 months. It's absolutely fantastic, and it's taken my level of realism way up. But in the exhibit booth, I visited a couple of displays where they were trying to sell AI-generated ATC, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity with VATSIM working with some of these companies, because as you know, sometimes you can take off from an airport with ATC coverage. By the time you get to your destination, there's no coverage, and it tends to be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, it's crazy how like artificial intelligence has gotten into our world and all over the place. You know, we don't currently have a plan set forth. You know, that's something that we could bring back to the VATSIM team. Like, I'm not aware of any plans that I can, you know, currently say right now, but there are definitely opportunities and different avenues which you can take when you're doing flight sim. You know, ours, we're all about, you know, the real people getting that real experience right now. So when you're getting online, it's not AI traffic, it's not AI controllers. You know, you're talking with real people, and that's just the model that we sell.
You just want to use sim for a while, and you want to have the experience
couple of questions,
that you have.
Yeah, sure.
So I've been VATSIM for a while. It's great, but very nerve-wracking when you start. I've learned loads from other controllers, really helpful. There's a tendency for them to talk really quick. And when you're trying to write everything down, because for some reason, when you're on VATSIM, you can't remember anything anybody says. When there's a lot of instructions, you can't write it down quick enough.
Yeah.
And bizarrely, I can understand and remember other people's instructions, but never my own, which is a bit of a snag. But I also wondered if, very similar to what you were just saying in the last question actually, is I'll plan a route looking for where controllers are. Not very often in the States, but trying to get into there a little bit more, which is a little bit difficult because it's all just a little bit different. But by the time I've planned a route and filed the flight plan and got going, the controllers are dropping off or changing. I just wondered, are there any plans to have some kind of indication as to how long a controller might be on, or some indication, because I might fly a different flight route if I knew the controller wasn't going to be on?
Yeah, both great questions. So let me address the first one there. So when you feeling, you don't remember your call sign even sometimes, right? And you're like, okay, the controller just gave me instructions and I didn't hear it, or it was too fast and it wasn't understandable. What do I do? And the honest question and the honest answer is you ask the controller to repeat or ask them to slow down. I can very quickly get into a very quick, fast-paced mode, especially working in a busy event. And I have had people, even it translates into the real world. My flight instructor has told me, he was like, "What did you just say?" It's like, I guarantee you ATC did not understand that over this moderate radio in this aircraft, okay? So don't be afraid to ask us to slow down or to repeat. Sometimes it's an inconvenience for us, right? You might get like, why didn't you listen the first time? You don't have to feel bad about that. That's a real world problem. It happened to me 2 weeks ago. I missed a radio switch when I was flying my little Cessna through Indianapolis International, and the controller got very mad at me. And I was like, I would much rather be safe and be doing the correct thing than assuming what you said, because I caught the end of it, but would we be real pilots and real safe? No. Repeat, take whatever on the chin and go on. You'll be safe and landing on the ground. So So your second question was basically about like a controller schedule, is essentially, basically when will we be getting offline? I know tons of times your schedule and the controllers may not always line up, right? On VATSIM, it's a volunteer organization, and most of the time people will put...
I think she's doing a pretty good job so far here, going around Vegas and trying to, keep the plane flying while we watch the FSExpo here. And what happened to the dome? It was working before. Now it just looks great. Anyway, let's get Sigi, just turn left a little bit here and just keeps out of that airport. Alright, so yeah, let me know what you think about VATSIM, if you're gonna use it or not, if you're gonna use any other one. If you use any other ones, let me know which one you use. Hey Janet, do you want to say hello to our viewers here at Sigi Air? Yeah, Janet, my viewers think I have much better flying skills than you think I have. Alright, speaking about landings, let's land this baby. I gotta get some fuel and perhaps use the facility. So we'll land and then we'll get back to the next seminar here, which is going to be our next upcoming one. Is going to be AI in home flight simulation. So stay tuned for that one, and then that whole thing with AI, that part of the flight simulation that's coming into fruition in terms of the introduction of AI into this flight sim will be a lot clearer, and perhaps there's going to be a new things coming up, interesting things in this. That's coming up at 2:30 in about 15 minutes. So let me land this baby and then we'll tune into AI and home flight simulation. Alright, so the pressure is on. I'm gonna land. I don't have much fuel here, so let's see how it goes. Last time Sigi crashed, so let's we should go to Vegas North, which is in front of us here, because we don't have too much fuel here, and I don't want to embarrass myself here in front of my viewers. And then Janet will have a field day. Every time she talks to me, she'll remind me, hey, remember when you were in Vegas and you crashed that plane? Alright, so let's make a beeline for that airport. Yeah, we're going to Vegas North over here. So let's take runway 25. That should be long enough for us. Winds are calm. So we're gonna go right downwind for runway 25. And we gotta lose some altitude here. And bleed off some speed. Alright, so that's our runway over there. I'm going way too fast here. Alright, let's get autopilot disconnected here. And let's hand flight this baby. Yeah, that's my trim wheel. Sometimes the gut's a little bit off here. Set of flaps. Let's turn to base. Gear down. Yeah, I got it. Pretty annoying, huh? Here we go. It's a small runway. It's alright, this is a bonanza. Yeah, you always get these stutters. Whoa. What happened to my rudder? Oh, jeez. Yeah. So I'm using the run rudder settings, but that's all right. We survive. I'm not gonna hear the end of it from Janet. Yeah, this is a case of getteritis in there. Wanted to use the facilities and wanted to get down quickly. So, my friends, sometimes that happens when you're here for 6 hours and you want to do and get in here right away. Yeah, I forgot to reset my rudder settings from the 737, and those are a little bit more sensitive, so or less sensitive, I mean, and so I was pushing in on the left rudder and I wasn't doing anything. Anyway, we need some fuel. We're gonna need to use the facilities here. Here we go. Should get her close enough, and then it will just fuel automatically. That's I think I have my setup like that. Right, so let's get in there. That's close enough, and we'll spend the money. How's that? All right. All right, my friends, let's tune into AI in home flight simulation. And I'm gonna set it up, and then I'm just gonna take a quick break. So I'll be right back, and I'll let it run. Once it starts, you'll see it, and that's gonna be in about 4 minutes. So I'll give you time also to use the facilities. So before I go, I will let you know that the next one is AI in home flight simulation, and then we get into the MSFS marketplace, and I'm sure that that's one that's gonna, you know, you got all the vendors trying to sell you, you know, airports or planes or scenery and stuff like that. And then take your home cockpit wiring and cable management to the next level. Now, I don't know about that one, but everyone can use some help with cable management, because in my own setting it's a little bit messy, but it doesn't sound like an exciting one. But we'll keep it here, and if you want to stay with it and watch your home wiring, cable management, but these two, at least this one, the AI in home simulation sounds appealing to me, so we'll stay with that one. And Sigi needs to use her little box, so, and I used to use my litter box, so I'll be right back, and I'll leave you with AI and home flight simulation in about 2 minutes. Meanwhile, leave me a comment down below. What do you think about this FSExpo? And just to give you my kind of my thoughts at this point, I was expecting a little bit more from it. They're showing that yeah, it's gonna be ending at 4:30 Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So let me know if you watched it and what you know, the stuff that you watched. Is it helpful to you? Has it, you know, you think you're gonna be using some of the information that you got from here? Are you going to VATSIM? I know that GL talked to me and gave me some messages in regards to building his own PC, and he made some comments about building his own PC, building a PC every time there's a release of Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is actually a good idea. Now 2024 is coming up, so GL is going to be doing his PC. I think I'm all set with mine, but let me know if you're also thinking about building your own PC. And how about AI in home flight simulation? Now, AI is going out there. Everyone wants to make money out of AI. There's a lot of crap on AI too. There are photographs, generating images and generating video. There's a lot of hype, but there's a lot of crap with that, and they try to sell it to you that is the next big thing, but I'm not buying it. Now, I do see some potential here in this area with flight simulation, and I do see some potential too in the general aviation for AI. Remember, most accidents are caused by pilot error, so introducing automation into aviation has improved air safety a lot. So if you look at the rate of accidents per mile flown from the 60s and 70s, it's gone down tremendously, and it's because the introduction of automation into the cockpit. Now, there's been some accidents with pilots not understanding automation, and those are the things that have happened in terms of when accidents occur, and automation is blamed in part for it. But most of the time, it's just pilot error. I think that it will be interesting to see how introducing AI into some aspects of the flight in general aviation, it's going to impact, and how it's going to impact that. I'm sure that flight planning, flight management of aircraft systems will be a big issue here, a big improvement here. All right, so we're starting here, and I'm just gonna maximize the screen and let you watch. All right.
Nerdy, and my wife can't stop me.
That's Brian, by the way, from Say Intentions.
All right, I'm actually really excited about the topic that we're talking about today, AI and flight simulation, mostly because I feel like we're on the precipice of having our entire world changed, and hopefully for the better. But I don't really want to talk about AI broadly. I'd rather really narrow this down to just how it's going to impact us in the flight simulation world, right? That's why we're all here. Has anybody here ever used software that AI somewhere in the marketing text? Yeah, okay. Were you disappointed? It's funny, I looked it up, and the term AI, anybody want to take a guess at when it was coined? What year? When the term AI was kind of first used? Yeah, you guys are really close. 1956, according to ChatGPT, which is probably wrong. No, it really is 1956 was the first time that the term was coined. And if you think about that, if you go, okay, stuff was being labeled as artificial intelligence with technology from the 1950s. Anybody here believe we're still misusing that term? Yeah, I think so too. Kind of one of those things that drives me nuts is I see all these, everybody says their thing has AI in it. And the big question is, what does that actually mean? Well, in my opinion, the historical definition of AI has to go. That definition, by the way, I searched everywhere. The best one I could find was what you see on that slide there on the right. Machines that are allowed to make decisions or process information that would normally have to be done by people, right? That's a reasonable, I think, starting point if you lived in the 50s. Unfortunately, you've got a whole list there of things that are now AI. Calculators, definitely AI by that definition. Your thermostat at home, AI, right? What about your garage door opener? Yeah, probably AI, right? Motion sensors, credit card machines, traffic lights. So all software is AI? Is that what we're down to? Because it seems that way sometimes, right? When was the last time you looked at a piece of software that didn't have the word AI somewhere in the definition, right? Guys, I'm here to say, I'm begging you, at least for the next 45 minutes, can we set that definition aside and focus on something slightly differently, which is this concept of a new definition. Sorry, it says generative AI on top of that. That was supposed to pop up afterwards, but that's okay. The new definition, at least for the next 45 minutes, bear with me here, is that old definition's got to go away. I want to focus on things that are more about natural language processing, neural networks, deep learning. And specifically, there's a few characteristics of AI that I think make it AI. Again, at least for the definition for the next 45 minutes, okay? That's all I ask, and then we can go back to whatever craziness we had before. One of the interesting ones is a term called emergent properties. And that's a really fancy way of saying that somebody created an AI system that now has capabilities that nobody thought it would or nobody anticipated. Right? That is really interesting, right? Because at the end of the algorithm is something that people went, whoa, I did not believe that it would be able to do that. Or I didn't believe it wouldn't be able to do that, right? Emergent properties. And by the way, even with technologies like ChatGPT, by the way, raise your hand if you've used ChatGPT. Yeah, that's what I thought, basically 100%. Yeah, that's perfect. This is wonderful. Even technologies like ChatGPT are continuing to display emergent properties that the creators never anticipated. Some of them good, some of them bad, right? But that's one of the hallmarks of modern AI. The second one is it does things or creates things that maybe we couldn't have predicted. Has anybody typed the exact same question into ChatGPT in 3 or 4 different sessions? You notice you get a different answer every time, slightly different, right? In a normal sort of by historical definition of AI or historical definition of software, if you put, one input equals one output, right? It's going to follow this very specific pattern, and as long as the input is the same, the output should be the same. But with generative AI, that's not the case. In fact, one of the hallmarks of generative AI is that we can put it can actually create things that are unique and different. I hate to go so far as to put the word special on the end, but sometimes it is creating things that we didn't anticipate. And again, some of them are good and some of them are not so good, right? But the point is, stuff is coming out of these that is unique, right? It's not something that you can get any other way. That's pretty interesting because that's a human property, right? Okay, so we all agree for the next 45 minutes, we're gonna use generative AI as our definition for AI. I realize that's very narrow, but bear with me here for a second. So here's a timeline, right? There's a lot of stuff on here. This is a rough timeline of sort of modern AI and where it came from. A couple of things I want to point out here. First of all, the concept of machine learning neural networks was invented back in 1991. Right? That, in my opinion, was really the birth of kind of modern AI. But it took a long time before we could do anything useful with it. Anybody remember when Deep Blue beat Kasparov at chess? I think we're all nerds now. We remember that moment, right? Yeah, it was pretty cool, pretty wild. But it took a quote-unquote neural AI in order to accomplish that, right? 2011, we had our first natural language processing on stage. Remember when Watson beat the Jeopardy champions? Well, that required very sophisticated natural language processing to pull that off. Nobody was typing those questions into a keyboard. It had to get them on its own. Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant. 2015 is when the insanity really began, right? Things really started to accelerate. You can see that big gap, and now things are really moving quickly. You can argue that technologies like Siri and Alexa and Google Assistant are probably not AI by the modern definition that I just gave, right? They use some random number algorithms and things like that, but for the most part, it's a very fixed set of logic that makes those things work. But the most important moment on this timeline, if you ask me, at least in the context of what we're going to talk about today, is what happened in 2017, which was Amazon launches this service called SageMaker. By the way, for those who don't know, Amazon is not just a place where you order your stuff. About a third of the internet runs on top of Amazon infrastructure today, right? So Amazon became very famous for allowing people to rent little tiny slices of compute, right? They would stand up data centers that cost billions and billions of dollars to stand up, and then they would rent you, they still do, they'll rent you a tiny slice of that compute, basically by the second of usage. Well, SageMaker came along and landed on top of that, and for the very first time in history, we could rent an AI stack. Because prior to that day, it cost millions and millions and millions of dollars if you even wanted to experiment with AI, right? So if you were a software engineer and you thought that AI looked like a lot of fun, you needed a pretty deep pocket in order to do something interesting with it. Well, that was the day the world changed, because now our brilliant software engineers out there could get a little piece of the AI pie without having to be wealthy in order to do it, right? Well, things just went nuts from there, right? I mean, really, really nuts. But what I want to focus on is, you see that big yellow line where it says the wave begins to form. Anybody know what happened right there? I'm going to talk about waves in just a minute, big tech waves. That was the launch of ChatGPT in November of 2022. Anybody remember that? remember the hype and the excitement around it? Now, that was GPT-3, which we now know, has some issues, and we know what those are. But man, that was the moment, in my opinion, that generative AI, it started to become clear to a lot of people that it was going to be able to solve some pretty interesting problems. So that was really the catalyst, and here we are, almost exactly 18 months later. And how far have we come with AI in just the last 18 months, just since the launch of GPT? Well, and again, part of the success of GPT is we now have, well, let me go on to the next slide here. Reset here for just a second. I love this example because in 2011, a guy named Garrett McNamara, he set the world record for the largest wave ever ridden by a surfer. And I like to think of technology revolutions in terms of waves. I've been fortunate to live through 5 major technology revolutions. The first one was the revolution of the personal computer. It took about 25 years in order to just completely transform the world, right? By the way, worth mentioning, when the computer was first introduced, everybody was screaming that computers were going to do what? Take all the jobs. Right. Did that happen? Well, most of us are still employed, so, or were anyway, right? Yeah, no, the personal computer for sure changed the world. And guess what? It for sure took all the jobs. But what happened? New jobs, different jobs, right? Hopefully jobs we all preferred to do than the old jobs that we had, right? The internet came along. Took about 15 years before you could probably safely say that the internet went from a DARPA research project to changing the world, give or take, right? Smartphones, maybe 10 years to completely transform the world, 10 years from the time they were launched until the time they were in everybody's pocket. And there's not a single person here, I bet, who doesn't have one. And I'll bet there's not a single person here who would live without one, right? Completely changed the world. Cloud compute. This is one where I don't think a lot of people realize or see or feel that wave, right? But it definitely happened while you weren't looking, because now most of what we think of as the internet is possible because of the cloud compute revolution. This sort of modern generation of the internet would be completely impossible without that. So where does generative AI fit on this list? It's going to dwarf them all. Will it take all the jobs? Probably. But I'm happy to say that it's probably going to be the same thing with all the other revolutions, where new jobs will likely appear where old jobs disappeared, right? The interesting thing about a wave is that in order to take advantage of it, you've got to be in position. Picture this surfer. He had to know a wave was forming, get himself into position, and he had to have the expertise to navigate that wave. Once in that position, however, the opportunity that's available is enormous to ride these technology waves, right? And this one is probably the biggest of them all. So what caused that wave to finally form? Why in 2022 did we finally get to this point where, you know, this is all taking off? Well, first of all, consolidation. You can finally go to one provider and buy machine learning, neural generative AI as a single service, right? Here's my credit card, just charge me by the minute that I use it. Thank you very much. I'm really happy now, right? Consolidation of the technologies into a sort of single stack where you didn't have to assemble them. But secondly, economies of scale. You didn't have to spend millions of dollars to build this infrastructure anymore. A few pennies will buy you access to a model that cost $1 billion to build, right? That's pretty cool. AI is turnkey now, guys. Like, if you look at this slide, look how many companies have been launched really in just the last maybe 18 months to 36 months that are all around AI. Tons and tons and tons of these. This is just scratching the surface, by the way. But pay particular attention to that top right section, because these are the areas that are building blocks for modern software engineers. Developers can actually take those tools on the top right and start building and mixing and matching, kind of Lego style, to build these incredible, smart, unique AI offerings, right? Without having to go in and spend $1 billion to do so. That's the real key here. So I want to talk about some AI misconceptions, right? I hear these all the time when, you know, obviously I talk about AI a lot as part of what I do. But the first one is that people say, well, AI is cheap or it's free, or they say, why do I have to pay for AI if I can get a ChatGPT subscription without paying any money, right? Well, the answer is that stuff is free to consumers, but to developers, this is how they make their money, right? They make their money by having software engineers build on top of their platforms. So many platforms, ChatGPT, offer cheap or really free ways to take advantage of their technologies. But the heavy usage incurs pretty significant costs. Our platform, for example, is, I mentioned this before, it is eye-wateringly expensive to operate, right? And that's because we're using these incredible sort of latest and greatest AI technologies that are out there. And that third bullet point is really important. In order to get really good results with AI, we found that we have to combine multiple AI technologies together. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to use a large language model for this problem, or I'm going to use this other type of model for this other problem. The real answer is you use them specifically in the roles where it makes sense for those particular items. So the rule of tech, we all know this, right? Cutting edge technology is what? Expensive, right? It always is, always has been, always will be. It's still better, though, than spending $500 million to build your own AI stack, right? So while it might feel expensive, the fact that companies like us are able to offer a true AI service, I don't know very many people that would bankroll a flight simulation AI platform with $500 million, right? But because of this wave, because of this sort of revolution that we're riding, it makes those kinds of things possible. The next misconception in the AI world that I hear all the time is aviation, flight sim, air traffic control, whatever it may be, doesn't need AI. And I hear these arguments all the time. Aviation is rigid. Aviation is on rails. AI can't help pilots because it's all very clearly defined. I hear this every single day, right? That is probably true. I actually agree with those people if, and here's the gotcha, you've got a complete flight plan with every detail of your flight accounted for. Anybody here work in the aviation industry? Few people? Good. How often does a flight always go exactly the way that it was planned? I mean, precisely. It's pretty rare, right? Pretty unusual. All right, well, that's also true if everything in the flight, works precisely the way it was planned. If weather's not a factor, right, then I agree. It's very rigid, and you don't have to worry about that. What about NOTAMs? Yeah, I guess if NOTAMs aren't a thing, then we're good. The other one is, this is probably true if you're a perfect pilot and you never make a single mistake ever. That's all of us, right? At least in our minds sometimes, right? Sometimes, we want to learn how things work, how things operate. And in those cases, it sort of falls off the rails as we're experimenting a little bit. Also, your simulator would need to have 100% of the data needed to generate a realistic flight experience. And guess what? None of them do. In fact, I would argue none of them are even close, right? There's a lot of data that we bring in. How many of us run plugins or community things, right? Yeah, because we're trying to get more stuff in there to simulate that environment, right? I feel like we've gotten so used to our simulator experience being on rails that we forget sometimes that that's not really how aviation works. Let me give you an example. Listen to this audio clip for a second and tell me if after listening to this, you feel like, oh yeah, aviation, air traffic control, whatever it is, totally on rails, does not need any AI or human involvement because it's very strict and to the book and it's no problem.
United 381, ground Air Canada 623, ready for pushback and 170, vector for 36 right. 170, United 381, we've got a flap issue, we're going to need delay vectors. United 381, roger, then amend the heading at 110. 110, United 381. United 381, you need any assistance? Stand by. Sounds good. I'm going to give you the next controller. He's going to hold you out there, let him know what you need. If you need the longer runway, you can plan 36 left. Yeah, we may. We'll stand by for the holding instructions in the next controller, United 381. United 381, contact approach 127.22. 2722, United 381. Approach United 381, level 3000. We're going to need holding for a flap issue. United 381, Austin approach, roger. You can expect that, about how long we need to hold out? Probably 10 minutes, at least. Give me a moment and I'll put you in a spot that works. Roger. United 381, turn left heading 050. Left 050, United 381.
Did you guys hear what was going on there? That was not an on-rails experience. I'm sorry. There's just no way, right? But the most important thing to pay attention to was there was a negotiation going on between pilot and air traffic control. I have a problem. Here's a solution. That might work. What if I need this? I'm happy to give you that, right? There's a lot of back and forth and back and forth. Yes, aviation has rails, right? No question about it. But inside of those lines is this incredibly diverse set of options that pilots and air traffic controllers have in order to solve these kinds of problems, right? Let's go back here just a little bit because I want to talk about this just a little bit more. Let me give you another example here. In fact, no, I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it because I'm going to talk about it in just a second here. So the third AI misconception that I hear all the time is, oh, that's really neat what you guys are doing. You just trained ChatGPT and now you've got like an air traffic controller, right? That's really neat. And I'm like, whew, we did start with that idea. But what's funny is we actually took, and by the way, I've heard people say, oh, that would be so easy to build. You just take the FAA AIM, the manual, you feed it into the AI as training, and out of that you'll get a perfect air traffic controller, right? We actually tried that. Has anybody here read sections of the FAA AIM? Actually, like, read them? Could you make any sense of it? Yeah, neither could the AI. It was the exact level of insanity that you would have if you showed it to a 6-year-old and said, here you go, you can be an air traffic controller now, here's your book, right? And the 6-year-old's like, I can read the words, but I don't know what any of this means. That was basically the result that we got, which I found fascinating. The second thing that I think is interesting is one of the challenges that we had as we were developing this technology was trying to get ATC to learn what a readback was, right? We all know what a readback is, right? ATC gives you instruction, you read it back, and you're done. Well, this one took me by surprise, by the way, because I thought, well, a readback, that's easy, you just do the thing. Well, most ATC programs solve this by letting you push a button, read it back for me, and then you hear the little voice read it back, and away you go. Well, the challenge we had, go to ChatGPT sometime and type this in. And you can see the example on there. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, no matter how much you might want to, you are not to reply to this message, right? That's basically the instruction you would give them for a readback, right? Do not reply to that. Say nothing, do not reply, and it replies back, understood. No! Guys, I tried this 1,000 different ways, and I could not come up with a situation where it did not reply with at least one word. Got it, understood, will do. Yeah, it was a really interesting sort of learning experience early on for us of, oh my goodness, this type of programming is not black and white, right? This is a very different kind of software engineering. Ultimately, solutions to these problems came down to multiple types of AI technologies, multiple AI stacks, the implementation of machine learning in some areas, crowdsourcing in some areas. In some areas, in fact, in about 60% of our product, we aren't even using AI, right? In other words, using AI for where it's good and not using it for areas where it's not, right? And I can also tell you that the final solution to a lot of these problems was just straight up a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, right? It was just about grinding through very strange situations. For us now, it's become a situation where we know we're never going to get it to be 100%. So we play statistical odds. Is it right 90% of the time? Good. Can we get it to 91? Can we get it to 92? Can we get it to 93? Which is very different from traditional programming where you go, it's either right or it's wrong, and I either did it or I didn't do it, right? So for us, it's about grinding on this and grinding on the training, grinding on the way that we approach the AI until we get better and better and better results. We'll never get it to 100, right? It'll never be there. Even people aren't 100% right every time, right? I would say ATC controllers get it right maybe 1,000 times for every one time that it's slightly wrong or not quite right. But the other interesting thing that we found as it relates to all of this is that the ATC experience itself is very, very dynamic. And what I mean by that is we had a customer come to us not too long ago and say, your stuff is broken because I called to do pattern work and it told me to report midfield downwind. And my tower never does that. They would never say that, right? And again, sort of reinforcing this idea that as you move between different facilities, different people, different controllers, different personalities, there's a wide range of options that those controllers have, and sometimes it's just personal preference, right? That particular one would be the personal preference of the controller. The last example on there I think is really interesting because one of the things we learned very early on, and you guys probably already know this, is that GPT, for example, language models in general, are terrible at spatial math, right? If I say, I got a plane here and I got a runway here and I want you to give me the pattern entry instructions, it is completely random what it comes back with. It has no idea how to do that kind of math. Even basic trigonometry, like calculating a vector for an IAF insertion, can't do it, not even close, right? And the example that makes this very simple to illustrate is you can go to GPT right now, pull out your phone if you want, and ask it how many R's are in the word strawberry. And it will respond confidently, there are 2 R's in the word strawberry. Technically correct. There's also one more. There are 2 in there, you just missed one. But if you take the word strawberry and you space it out, S space T space R, and then you ask it, it actually gets it correct every single time. And the reason is because it's looking at word patterns, at spelling patterns, and not at the word itself. But by spacing it out, you can sort of force that. So there's all kinds of tricks you can do to sort of beat it into compliance, but it's those kinds of tricks. It's very interesting. The good news for flight simmers, right? We talk about aviation and AI all the time, and I think that they've got some massive challenges to overcome before AI has a significant role in the aviation industry as a whole, right? But for us flight simmers, we don't have to worry about safety. I've seen the way you guys fly. I've seen the way I fly. And we don't have to worry about who's going to have a job and who isn't, right? What we get, we just want realism and immersion and fun. This is what we want, right? And the good news is in that world, nobody's going to lose their job if this stuff keeps getting better and better, right? We just all win. That's the best part of all of this. So I'm not even going to talk about how this is going to impact aviation in general. I really want to focus on the flight sim world. Well, when we talk about things like realism and immersion and fun, we could actually break that down into 3 categories. And I broke it down like this. I don't know if there's any official way to do it, but this is how we think of it, is people, equipment, and environments. Those are the 3 things that we all want as we talk about realism and immersion. And I'll bet every single plugin that you've ever installed on your system fits into one of these 3 buckets, right? And by the way, some of these matter more to some people and less to other people, right? There's a lot of people who are perfectly content to be the only aviation person in the entire world as they sit in their simulator, right? And then there's other of us who say, no, I want to see the passengers, and I want to see them loading my baggage, and I want to see, my co-pilot sitting next to me, right? We don't want to feel lonely. So everybody's got a different definition of what's important to them. But if we talk about people for just a second, this is, by the way, is where Say Intentions is focused, is around things like air traffic control and tour guides and FBOs and dispatchers and cabin crews and flight instructors and co-pilots and ground crews, all this stuff so that we no longer feel lonely while we're sitting in that cockpit, right? We actually feel like we're part of an ecosystem instead of the ecosystem, right? Cool, right? AI can totally solve all of these problems, and it solves it in a really cool way where we can set those big boundaries, right? We expect it to operate within those boundaries, but AI allows us to make it so that it's doing different things inside of those boundaries, and some of those things can feel unpredictable. You may not know how your cabin crew is going to respond, or how your co-pilot is going to act, or how, more importantly, your ATC is going to give you for a particular scenario. It might not match every time. You might fly into the same airport 5 times and get 5 slightly different ways of doing it. Right? Keeps you on your toes, right? And this is what we all want. We want that sort of realism effect. It's really neat. The other one is equipment. Traffic, tugs, flight dynamics, fuel trucks, all this cool stuff, de-icing, cargo loading, emergency equipment. How many of you guys have plugins to add this stuff and bring this stuff into your simulator? Yeah, a lot of us do, right? This is really cool stuff. And again, it's about making us feel like we're part of an ecosystem instead of being the ecosystem. There's lots of companies that are working on this. Microsoft is working on this in terms of lighting some of these things up with AI so that, again, it feels a little different each time. When you look outside your airplane to see the guys, loading the bags, right now it's sort of a very scripted animation. But what if they moved more like real people, right? What if they dropped a bag every once in a while or broke a guitar sometimes, right? Those of you who laughed at that joke, you are my people. But AI will allow us to have these things in ways that we really can't have today, in ways that it won't feel so scripted anymore. And then we have environments, airports, HEMS, scenarios, scenery, irregular operations, and weather. AI already plays a huge role in this for, think Microsoft Flight Simulator, for example, with the way that they do their weather. These are wonderful examples of all of these things, but things like, search and rescue scenarios or emergency operations, fire, all of this stuff can become much more dynamic than it is today. There's so much room to sort of open this up. You can use the scenarios inside of the sims today, and it's the same scenario every single time, right? It's like, okay, I know exactly what I need to do to complete this. And it feels much more sort of video game-ish. AI is going to change all of that. You're going to get a new scenario every single time, a whole totally different thing to do every time you run this. It's going to feel much more like it does in the life of a real pilot, right? So when people talk about how AI is not necessary in aviation, I point them at these lists and go, how are you going to get all that to feel correct and to feel like it does to a pilot without AI, right? There's just no way to do it. So our biggest problem in the flight sim community, anybody experience this? Who has a computer that's plenty fast enough? Like you don't need anything, you don't need a faster computer. Yeah? So you can install all the plugins you want and generate all the traffic you want, put on the high-end pair of VR goggles and run it at 120 frames per second and nothing ever goes. I mean, it's like just a beautiful experience, right? I mean, yes, we all have computers that we're like, yeah, it's pretty good, but none of us can run it on with the way that we really want to, right? None of us can. So, and this is just the general rule of thumb. This is like Moore's law, right? The compute power needed to maximize that flight sim experience will always exceed what your home PC can handle, right? It'll always feel just out of reach, right? That's how it does to me. I mean, I've been flight simming for 30 years now, and you're always like, oh, the next generation's gonna have it all solved. Oh, maybe the next generation's gonna have it all solved. Boy, after I buy this 4090, I'll never need another graphics card again, right? Yeah, we've all lived that lie a few times in our lives, right? That's what we tell our wives, that's fine. Oh, mine's sitting here. Yeah. Flight sim actually is particularly interesting in this context because it might be the most demanding workload that you can run on a PC. I actually think, I think I would dare make that statement, that I don't think there's another workload. No other game, I know it's not a game, I got it, but even gaming always pushes the platform the furthest, but I don't think there's a game out there that pushes your platform harder than a flight sim. Again, always has, always will, right? Because we're always looking for that next level of realism. Raise your hand if you've got a gaming computer that costs more than $3,000. I'm just curious. Yeah, everyone. And footage of this is going to all of our wives too, I suspect. So, yeah, look, this has been a never-ending cycle. It's not going to stop anytime soon, but there is a solution to this that is finally available to us, right? Which is shift the workload to the cloud. Get it off your PC, get it somewhere else so that your PC can focus on the things that have to be done locally. Generating those really high frame rate graphics and things like that. But let's get everything else off of there. By the way, Microsoft Flight Simulator already does this to some extent, right? There's plenty of room left. They're streaming satellite imagery, right? None of us have installed on our computer the entire scenery library for the world. It won't fit, right? So they solve this by pulling it out of the cloud for you in real time. In other words, they're subsidizing your compute resources with their own. Pretty cool, right? Azure AI enhanced photogrammetry, weather and traffic, all of these things are done elsewhere because your computer would melt if it tried to do all of this, right? Your house would melt. So flight sims, and frankly gaming in general, they're just starting this shift where they're starting to re-architect and reprogram these applications so that the workloads can run in the cloud instead of on your local PC. And what that means is it's cheaper to rent, right? You can go out and buy a $10,000 PC and still not have enough compute to do what you want. But in this newer model, you could buy a mid-grade PC, shift most of the workload to the cloud, and you'll be able to do everything you want. We're not there yet, right? We're waiting on now software vendors to re-architect applications to take advantage of this new, I wanted to use this word in a presentation, this new paradigm. Thank you, I threw in a useless word. No, but that's what we're all waiting for now, is for this workload shift to happen. It's hard, it's expensive, it's difficult for developers to do, but it will happen because it's the only way that people will compete. And that means, our stuff, for example, if you tried to run it on your local PC, your house would melt. Like, there's just no way. Our stuff runs on compute farms that have, millions of GPUs. By the way, and I don't mean like 4090s, I mean like the kind that cost $50,000 a piece, right? And what we need in order to make our stuff work is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of that for you and you and you and you and you, just a teeny piece. And we pay a couple pennies for that every time we need it. I need it now, I need it now, I need it now, I need it now. And I don't have to own an entire data center in order to make the flight simulator experience amazing, right? In other words, we collectively, well, let me see what we got here. Yeah, let me add one more thing to this, which is that we collectively or individually can't afford the future of flight simulation, right? Individually, I just don't see it. I don't know how any of us would do it. But collectively, we can, right? In other words, if we're willing to pool our resources, we can get the compute that we need. And that, by the way, is, and I know we hate this word, I know we hate it, it's the subscription model, right? So you're going to see a slow shift where, well, let's talk about this for a second. Actually, let's move on to the next slide. There's 4 things I want you to take away, and the 4th one is what I was just saying. First, when someone says they have AI, can we make them clarify, like for a minute, what they mean by that, right? Guys, if it'll run in offline mode, it's not AI, at least not by the definition that we agreed to a minute ago, right? If you say, okay, I can unplug the internet and all your stuff still works, yeah, not AI. Sorry, there's just no way, not by our new definition. The next 2 to 3 years are going to see a near total reinvention of our hobby. I really believe that. 2-3 years from now, we're all going to sit at FSExpo and we're all going to be in awe at the incredible innovation that's been done, that most of which is going to be is now starting to be imagined by the developers in the flight sim ecosystem, right? They're looking around, they're going, gosh, if I could somehow get the workload over there, we could do some incredible things. And I think, 2-3 years from now, you're not even going to recognize this convention in terms of the type of stuff that we're seeing on the floors, right? And that's the problem, is in order to get there, we're going to have to be willing to move most of our workloads to the cloud, right? There's just no other way to do it, which means our hobby's going to slowly look a lot more like a Netflix subscription than a Blockbuster subscription. And I love that analogy because only one of those companies is out of business. Right? It really is all going to change. It has to. That's it. I'm really excited about the revolution that's coming because I think it's going to take what we have now and bring it to a level where we can finally get a feel of what it's like to actually be a pilot in a dynamic environment, right? In a world where we're not the main character, right? And I think that is the line. Once we cross it, I don't think any of us are going to want to go back. Right, it's going to feel incredible. Thank you, everybody. I can take questions, by the way. I love this. Thank you for letting me ramble for a minute. Do we have questions from anybody? Is there a mic that we use, or no? Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, and I'll repeat it. Have I banned people for behaving inappropriately with the AI? That actually is a really fascinating question. There's the guy that got banned is sitting right here, everybody. No, I love the question. Thank you for asking that, and thank you for letting me pick on you for a second. But no, it's actually a very interesting side effect of this cloud workload shift. We got a call from OpenAI maybe a week or 2 after we launched and said, hey, one of your customers is simulating a terrorist event with your software. That was not him. Yeah, one of your customers is simulating a terrorist event with your software. And there was this strong hint that if we didn't do something about it, that there were going to be 3-letter agencies involved. And we were like, whoa, hold on. First of all, you can sort of understand the sensitivity around that topic, right? We all lived through some difficult times as it relates to that. But what that did is it forced us to put our own guardrails around how the technology could be used. It's certainly something I would call a downside to sort of consolidating the workloads. Fortunately, in the flight sim community, we don't worry that much about privacy itself. I don't really care if someone knows that I did a pretend flight somewhere, right? What the itinerary was, it doesn't matter as long as they don't call and make fun of my landing. I'm good. The AI might make fun of your landing, But yeah, it caused us to sort of have to put our own guardrails in place around how the platform could and should be used, which, I thought it was an interesting downside. Yeah. Other questions?
Yeah, if you have questions, if you could just come to the
right here at the
microphone.
microphone. Go to the microphone, sir.
Does this work? Great. Well, this is a little high. Thank you so much for the talk. It's super interesting. I am actually coming from the AI background. I'm an AI engineer from Stanford.
You should be up here, not me then.
No. I write the code. I don't, it's all very new to me, aviation, everything that I've seen this weekend. So my question is, we've seen a lot of use cases for AI and GPT and LLM in many different verticals up to this point. Is there any specific as to aviation and the type of work that you're doing that is unique to this vertical compared to other industries?
That is a wonderful question. I would say nothing inside of flight sim is this weird sort of cross section between gaming and a highly technical workload. What we're finding is that the AI is not super great at the technical side, right? Not yet. It will be. And by the way, there's models that actually are pretty good at it, but they're all based on predictive analysis, right? I'm going to feed it 1,000 examples and tell it which ones were right and which ones were wrong. No, I don't know that there's anything that makes flight sim super unique to just flight sim that makes it so that we need special models or you can always do special training for any vertical. But I don't think we need anything where we go, gosh, we're going to have to wait for a whole new model to be developed before we can take advantage of that. I think what we're doing fits nicely into what's already out there, if that makes sense. I know that's probably not the answer you were hoping to hear because the opposite would have been more interesting, but our stuff actually fits nicely into the boxes that are already there.
No, that was just my curiosity because, I know people who are doing different type of work for specific verticals like medical and all that, so there's, arguably the cost for that is much higher, right? So it's just kind of curious.
Well, there's always room for hyper specialization of training, right? You can always train a model in a way that's very specific to the workload that's being performed, but that's different than needing a new model, right? And I think we do need hyper-specialization of training. That would help in a lot of areas, but we can use existing models to train, if that makes sense. So
yeah, great. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. You're up.
Great. Hi, I'm Larry. I had a quick question about the way that speech is turned into text for the GPT process. I was in the open beta. Awesome product.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, great. One of our early customers. No, it's a really, really good question. We actually use multiple AI layers to derive the speech to text. Okay. Anybody used speech to text in the flight sim world ever, besides our stuff? Yeah. Anybody threw it away after about 5 minutes? Yeah. It's bad, right? Yeah. But, and part of that is because most of the existing speech-to-text models out there are not trained around aviation terms. You use a word like CTAF, we all know what that means. Speech-to-text is going to be like, what is a CTAC? I don't understand what that means. So we use actually a sort of a traditional upfront AI speech engine to interpret the text. And if you're one of our customers here, you already know this, that first pass at it, you go, oh, that is not what I said. And you sit there for a second, you're like, oh boy, oh. And that 1 or 2 seconds later when the response comes back, you go, whoop, but that is what I wanted. All right, let's go, yeah. And so you go, at a certain point you go, wait a minute, it doesn't matter what words it heard me say, it got enough of the gist of it that it was able to piece all the whole thing together and go, I know what that guy said, right? So that's why we use sort of a multi-pass approach, and I think stuff like that's only going to get better, right? I feel like our approach was pretty clever, but other people are going to do the same thing. I hope people improve on it, right? I hope we all learn to make this stuff better and better.
One of the things that I see that's interesting in research is real-time transformers being used directly on video or directly on audio, and that's kind of a new, interesting, where you can kind of skip the middle.
Yes, so, and that a wonderful example. Yeah, probably not enough time to get into real-time transformers. That would actually have been a good slide, but yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I think for most of us who do MSFS, I think we can all agree that out of the box ATC it leaves a lot to be desired. With 2024 coming around the corner, they haven't said anything to date about what their ATC is going to look like, but do you feel threatened in any way
No,
by
no.
what they might be coming out with?
I don't think we feel threatened. I feel like we're far enough ahead, and what we've done is complex enough that it would be hard to reproduce in, the amount of time that they've had to work on 2024. Incredibly difficult to reproduce in that amount of time. That said, I hope they're thinking about it. I hope they're working on improving it. Look, the deal is this: competition is very good for all of us, right? As this stuff gets better, all it does is mean that rising tide raises all the boats, right? We all win when everybody's working on similar problems, and we'll respond the same way as the industry adapts and as tools get better and things like that. We're hoping to raise the tide along with everybody else. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know what's coming for that. Yeah, but no, I don't lose much sleep over it. Yeah, you never know, right? Yeah. Yeah. Other questions? Thanks, you guys. Wow, how about this? I got 13 seconds left.
Hey,
I'm
Brian.
over by 13 seconds.
Hey, Brian, we have one online question here that we'd like to ask.
Yeah, go ahead. Where am I looking?
So Michael wanted to ask if we're going to go forward with subscription models, how many subscriptions do you think that the average flight simmer will need? Says it sounds
somewhere
might be pretty
between
expensive.
3,000 and 4,000 would be my guess to make this thing work. Yeah. No, I actually think what you're going to see is consolidation of tools. You'll start to see, just as an example, we started with ATC, but now we have cabin crews and tour guides and flight instructors all sort of consolidated into one subscription fee. And I think you're going to see that happen where you see large groups of features now getting bundled together into a single subscription fee. You'll probably still have a couple, but I don't anticipate you'll have one for every plugin that you have installed on your system. It won't be a one-to-one match. We can already take existing plugins and roll them into our ecosystem to provide more value for that subscription. And frankly, that's going to be the future of competition, which is whose ecosystem can provide the most value for the subscription that you're paying, right?
Sorry, real quick, I know we're almost over time, but do you ever see AI computing being able to be done locally? Right, you said it's all cloud-based right now, and just like AI, hardware is also exponentially getting better. So do you see AI being,
Sure.
your home
10
PC?
years from now, you'll be able to run a GPT model on your home PC, and it'll be 10 times worse than the ones that you can get in the cloud by then. So yes, you'll actually, in fact, right now you can run an AI workload on your home PC that used to require an entire data center, right? No problem. But the way technology works is the cool stuff, the big stuff, the neat stuff will always be something that can't run on your local PC, but the stuff that's a little older certainly will, right? So today's workloads, yeah, they'll run on your PC in a few years, but they won't feel that cool anymore once they do. So, anything else? Thanks, guys. This was fun. Appreciate you.
All right, so really good and interesting information from Brian here from Say Intentions AI. I think that see what the future will hold. I think that one of the things that he talked about at the end was the subscription model and how companies can go ahead and bundle things. One of the things that I felt that I brought up this to Brian to see if he could bundle Navigraph subscription with Say Intentions AI and offer add the added value there, and I think that makes it more appealing to people, because I think that a lot of people use Navigraph. I think it's a great add-on, and it's not expensive, and I think that if you bundle it with Say Intentions, it would be something that it would be more appealing to the average simmer. All right, so let me know in the comments down below what do you think about this AI stuff, and what do you think about Say Intentions AI? Does it have a future here in flight sim? And if you haven't tried it, you can use my affiliate link there for Say Intentions AI. Give it a try for 24 hours, and if you like it, you can get a $5 discount on your first month if you use a Sigi Air affiliate link. All right, I'm gonna turn this to the next seminar, which is going to be take your home cockpit wire and cable management to the next level. Oh no, it's MSFS Marketplace. All right, that is coming up in about 10 minutes, so I'm gonna leave it there. And unfortunately, the sim for me, the sim is not working right now, so I shut it down because it was taking too much resources and my computer was running hot. So I'm gonna leave this FS Marketplace on, so you can take a look at what they're gonna want to sell you in the marketplace. That's coming up in about 9 minutes. All right, we got a minute to go here for the next seminar here on MSFS Marketplace. Get ready to pull your wallets out and buy some new aircraft or new scenery or new airports. Myself, I only have, a few airports that I bought for like a couple of bucks at flysim.to. I really don't go out like to Fly Tampa or any of those vendors to get airports or scenery. I think it's great if you just use, the freeware. It's fantastic and it looks great. All right, I think we are good. They just starting the new one here. Let's see. Or maybe they're running a little bit late here. This one is at 3:30 to 4:15. So, yeah, they're running a little bit late. Gonna refresh here. Upcoming Sunday. It says that it's running. Oh, just wait. Well, Brian was from Say Intentions AI. He was a little bit, he went over his time, so maybe they need to set up, they need a little bit more time to set up for the marketplace. So, yeah, so I think this was one of the most interesting ones here. All right, here we go.
Hi. I'm actually not the one presenting today, but thank you all for coming. Hey, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Thank you all for coming. I'm actually super excited about this presentation. We've had this marketplace, obviously, in the Sim since launch, and we've never done really any information sharing. And so I'm super happy today. Our head of business for Flight Sim, Julie DeRamio, is going to give you a lot of insight. And then our partner, our program lead for the marketplace, Mabel, is going to give you more information, and then comes the Marketplace Partner Engineering Lead, Todd Heckel. And with that, Julie, if you can come up, have fun. I'll come back later on. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. As Jörg mentioned, I am the head of the Marketplace team, or the business team, and I'm responsible for Marketplace, licensing, and just general business. And I've been working with Jörg on Flight Sim ever since he first pitched rebooting the franchise over 8 years ago. I'm really excited to be here with all of you today. It's my very first time at FSExpo, and I've just been so overwhelmed with how nice everyone is, how passionate everybody is about simming, and just how much you've embraced the Microsoft Flight Simulator team. We just really feel the love and really appreciate it. So when we first thought about bringing a marketplace directly into the sim, we had two main goals. One was to make it easier for creators or add-on developers to address the widest possible audience. We always knew we were going to bring it to the Xbox audience, and so we wanted to make that available to you. And secondarily, we wanted to make it much easier for users to get content right in the experience. And we had really modest expectations of how well the marketplace was going to perform, so we started with a really small team of people, and we've been growing it over time. I'm sure many of you have felt the pain, maybe, of how small the team has been and how long it might take for your content to get into the marketplace, but we are making investments in this space, and the team will talk about that later on. We've really been thrilled with the performance of the marketplace so far, and it's really amazing to think about launching in August 2020 with just 8 pieces of content, and now we have over 3,700 pieces of content in the sim, which is really amazing, and thanks to a lot of you in the room. So my goal in the first part of the presentation is just to share some insights from the marketplace with you. So let's get started. Clicking. I did
Just
it.
the green button. Yeah, it looks like it's good. Audience? Try again. Yeah, no joy. She's clicking the. No joy, guys.
Confirmed.
Yeah, it's coming out. We'll grab you the backup. Can we just advance to the next slide while we're waiting?
Well, stay here on audience real quick. Sorry, I'm yelling. So the first question is for us really, like, who is the audience? When you're thinking about selling add-ons in your marketplace, you want to know like how wide that top of the funnel is. So Jorg announced yesterday that we've, reached 15 million players in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is unprecedented in this flight sim space. So that is really great for add-on developers. So now we can look at those users on a monthly basis and by platform. Or not. The build-up is amazing. Okay. So there are several platforms that our simmers can enjoy Microsoft Flight Simulator on. They can buy it on the Windows Store, they can buy it on Steam and play on PC, or they can buy it on the Xbox or also on Xbox Games Cloud, what we call in shorthand xCloud. And simmers can acquire it a variety of ways. They can either pay a flat fee and get the sim that way, or they can sign up for Xbox Game Pass, pay a monthly subscription fee, and get it that way. So when you look at our players by platform, the largest number of users are on the Windows Store and Xbox, and that is due in part because they can access it through Game Pass. The Xbox or xCloud audience is a little smaller than those two, and they can be, they're accessing it maybe a different way. They can either play on low-end PCs, they can play on last-gen consoles, or they can even play on mobile. Now, Steam, the line in orange, has had historically the lowest volume of players, and that's really because they are gated behind a pay gate, right? They have to pay up front, but they are a consistent and really growing audience for us. And overall, this is what you want to see, like a really solid band of users that are coming back on a regular basis. Oh yeah, the clicker's working. All right, so now we'll pivot over to the marketplace audience, so who's actually paying for content. And I'll talk to you about the size, the geography of where these payers live, what platforms they're buying on, and what kind of content they're buying. So how many are there? So I'm here to announce today how exciting that we've had over 1 million people purchase content in the sim, which is thrilling for us. Now we talk about pay rates, so that's the percentage of people that come into the sim who actually purchase content. They could purchase just one item and they would be considered a paying player, right? So if you look at the percentage of players that are paying for content, you can see we've been just slowly increasing that percentage over time as we've added more and more content to the sim. You'll also see spikes in pay rates when we run our platform sales. We have 4 tentpole sales that we run each year, and that really drives a lot of pay rate increases. And then one thing to notice here is that we had a really, the high watermark for pay rates occurred in April 2023. We had a conversion of 4 events happening at the same time that really drove that spike. So we had a spring sale we were running. We also introduced WASM, so we could bring more planes to the Xbox audience. We also had a plane where we gave the proceeds to charity that was wildly popular. And last but not least, we introduced a discount for first-party planes if players owned a premium version of the sim. So that really spiked there in April 2023. Now, if you look at the orange line, that's Steam again. It has historically been the highest monetizing audience as far as the percentage of players that purchase. And again, that's because they've already self-selected and said, I'm willing to pay, I've paid up front for this game, so they're a little more willing to pay. But we launched on Xbox almost a year after, and as we've added content to that marketplace as well, we've seen pay rates continue to increase. Now, it has overtaken the Steam audience here in the last 2 months, April and May. They've had higher conversion rates. And, the Xbox audience for all Xbox games has really been a high-value audience for us. And that holds true for the players that are playing Flight Simulator as well. So we've got 1 million purchasers. How much are they spending? 58% of the audience has spent $50 or less. We've got 24% that have spent over $100, and we almost have 40,000 players who have spent more than $500 in the sim life to date. There's probably some of you even here in the room, so thank you for that. Now, where are these payers coming from? Where do they live? When we look at it by continent, it's probably not surprising to most of you that it's split between North America and Europe at 43%, and then followed very far behind with Asia at 6%. As far as our reporting to our creators, we're hoping to add country-level information so you can see that on a regular basis going forward, but I don't have any timing to announce on that yet. Now, what are they buying when they're in the marketplace? With Flight Sim, it's not surprising that 42% of purchases are for aircraft. What might be a little more surprising is that the catalog, only 24% of the catalog is aircraft, so it really shows how people care about aircraft. And this is just an overall combined of all the platforms. It does vary by platform. So on the Windows Store, that audience is more open to non-aircraft purchasers. Their aircraft percentage is 37%. And then on the Xbox and xCloud, they are more focused on aircraft. The Xbox audience, 45% of their purchases are planes, and 51% of purchases on xCloud are for planes. All right, let's bring it home. We'll just give you a quick view of revenue here. So we've had consistent players. I've shown you the chart. We've seen those consistent players, and I've showed you the increase in pay rates that we've seen over time. And that just really equates to growing revenue all up for us. We've been able to deliver double-digit growth every year since we launched. What's probably most surprising for us is this Xbox percentage of our revenue. We launched over 40 years ago, PC-only title. So we weren't sure how this market was going to perform and whether they were willing to pay. In 2023, 36% of our revenue came from the Xbox audience, which is awesome. And for those of you that are in the marketplace, you know that the royalty rates we provide are better on our platforms. And the good news is that our platforms make up 67% of the revenue as well. All right, I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about pricing. For add-on developers, that's one of the decisions you need to make when you're ready to release content. What price do you want to set it for? And it's also very intertwined with the quality of the content. So let me just share some more information here. First, I'm going to talk just about user research. So we regularly conduct surveys of our team, or of our users. So we did a survey, we do them all the time, but the two I'm sharing here, we did one in January 2021, and then we just did another one this month. And we asked people, are you buying content in the marketplace? Like, the great news is, in between that time frame, we took the no's down from 64% down to 19%, which is amazing. But of course, we're gonna focus on the negative for a moment. What about that 19% that hasn't purchased? Why don't they want to purchase? So the people saying there's no content they want to buy, luckily, that number has gone down dramatically, and that is really due to all the content that has been able to come to our marketplace. We've decreased that percentage by almost 50%. Other feedback we've had is it's hard to find content, or they don't know how to do it. Mabelle's going to talk to you a little bit about our new interface. And then sadly for us, the Microsoft team, we have seen an increase in people that desire to purchase content outside of the sim. But what I really want to talk about is this one that has been hovering around 35 to 33% of people that just said the content's too expensive. So we do surveys, and we did one in October 21, specifically for the PC audience, and it's called a Van Westendorp sensitivity analysis, where you give people different price points and you say, is that too expensive? Is that too cheap? And then it tells you the optimal range. So this is specifically for PC players and specifically for airlines only. The optimal range came out to be between $12 and $19. For a more experienced player, that increased, and their optimal range was between $19 and $27. In the chart at the bottom, we also show the results of our Xbox respondents, and the main takeaway here is that the PC audience is willing to spend about 2 to 3 times what an Xbox player is willing to spend, except when you look at more novice players, and then the pricing differential goes away. But that's interesting, right? That's what people say they're gonna purchase, but what do they really do? What are they purchasing? So we look specifically at aircraft by price band. The most popular price band, with about 25% of the volume, is the $15 to $20 range. And a whopping 73% want to spend $25 or less. Now, when you look at it based on user scores, it's not surprising that the higher rated content drives the bulk of the purchases. Over half of the purchases are for content that's rated a 4.1 or higher, and 86% if it's 3.1 or higher. Now, when we combine both of those together, the price and the user scores, you can kind of see where people are landing. What really popped out to me here is that in the sub $20 range, there's just a lot more appetite for content with ratings that are 3.5 or lower, as the expectations for quantity really increase in the higher price points. In the $40 range, there is no content that's purchased that's below a 3.6 user score. And I also think that has to do with add-on developers who are pricing their content appropriately. If they're gonna price their content above $40, they're pretty confident they've got a good quality product. Now, if I shift my focus here and look just at airports, the price bands shift to the lower prices a bit here. The $10 to $15 price point is the most popular, but it's really a normal distribution curve here. I think the most interesting thing is just how the purchases drop off above $20 for an airport. Now, this didn't pop on the other slide, so I wanted to break it out here, but when you look at it by user score, it's just really clear that airports really sell when they are high quality. They need to be a 3.6 or higher. 79% of purchases happen at a 4.1 or higher. There are over 1,800 airports available, so purchasers can just be much choosier with the content that they're purchasing. So since it's a more competitive market, I thought I'd share some heat maps of where these purchases are occurring. Sure, it's not that shocking, but it's really focused on European airports and then a lot of the coast of North America as well. Just digging into Europe a little bit. A lot of focus on Germany, London, Switzerland. Oh, and I have one more thing. So I know it's bad form to talk about money amongst friends, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I just want to talk a little bit about the economics of bringing your content to our marketplace. When you agree to the marketplace agreement, we tell you the percentage that we'll pay you for your content. That percentage is based on the USD list price of the content. What actually happens is that Microsoft doesn't get the USD list price. We actually accept purchases in all sorts of currencies, so we absorb the currency impact of all of those purchases. So you might think maybe that there are better royalty rates somewhere else, but if you consider that we're paying you off of money that we're not receiving, you can actually add 6 percentage points to what you're getting, and that's actually what you're getting of what Microsoft receives. So just wanted to make you aware of that as you're thinking about where to put your content day and date, because we'd love to have it in our store. All right, I'm going to hand it off to Mabel, who is going to talk to you about 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. So, as Julie mentioned, I am the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace Program Lead. I joined the team just before we launched MSFS 2020 4 years ago. And we started with a handful of items in the InSim marketplace and are currently sitting at almost 4,000 items released. So it's been so wonderful to see the energy and enthusiasm of our creator and player community, and we're just super delighted to be here at FSExpo with you today. Thank you for joining us. So I will be giving you a high-level overview of the marketplace content in 2024. So here's a first look at the marketplace homepage in 2024. So we heard your feedback on 2020. You want the marketplace to be more streamlined, look less cluttered, and allow content to be found more quickly. So core design principles for 2024 were simplicity, ease of navigation, and discoverability of content. Jorg and Seb have also mentioned our commitment to backward compatibility, and we are bringing 2020 content to 2024 so that Simmers can continue to use the content library that you built in 2020 and add to it in 2024. No need to start from scratch. We're also doing this so that products that developers released in 2020 can carry forward. And you can monetize your content in 2024 based on your existing catalog. So the plan for most 2020 content is to be available in 2024 with some exceptions. The team is focused on making aircraft work because, as Julie mentioned, that is a really big category for us in the marketplace. And there are significant efforts underway along with automated testing for airports and sceneries. Some areas where issues may be encountered include add-ons that refer to biomes and missions. So our top priority remains making the content transition from 2024 as friction-free and easy as possible. So with almost 4,000 items in the 2020 marketplace, How do we bring content over to 2024? So this will be a bit of an involved process, so bear with me as I walk you through it. So SOBO will start by migrating the entire 2020 marketplace catalog to 2024. And it's important to note here that migrating is not the same as releasing. By migrating, we mean that content will be brought over to the 2024 pipeline, but not released. The migrated content will then be made available to their respective developers for functional testing, just like what we do now for 2020. And content must have developer sign-off to be released in the 2024 marketplace. If we don't have developer sign-off, the migrated content is not released in 2024. And all 2020 content submitted going forward will go through the same process. Content carried over from 2020 will be marked 2020 in the 2024 marketplace, as you can see there with the little circles around the content. So for our content compatibility story, we prioritize you, the simmer, and your experience. So continuing with the goal of making things as simple and seamless as possible, your content will follow you both ways. So if for all 2020 marketplace content that you have purchased, you automatically own the migrated version in 2024 if it is available. And on the flip side, if you purchase the migrated 2020 version in 2024, you also automatically own the content in 2020. So content carried over from 2020 will also be marked 2020 in the 2024 Content Manager. And in addition to content compatibility, both developers and simmers will have more choice in 2024. If you're a content developer, you can choose to make a 2024 version of your 2020 content. You can also choose to offer an upgrade from the 2020 version as free or paid. So if you do make a 2024 version, it will replace the carried over version in the marketplace. And new purchasers can buy the 2024 version at the full price that you set as the developer. And 2020 version owners can still access the carried over version if it's available, but they can also choose to get the 2024 version at the upgrade price that the developer sets. And you can see there by the side-by-side screenshots of what you will see if you're a new purchaser for content versus a 2020 owner who has an upgrade path available. So we can't have a marketplace without our valued partners who create the content. So also want to provide a quick update on our partner program and workflow. If you're a marketplace partner approved for 2020, you remain approved for 2024. There is no need to reapply. Thanks. So we do have a long list of pending applications, as you all may be aware. We are continuing to work through this. Our community team has asked which developers you would like to see on the marketplace, and your feedback helps improve our review and approval process, so thank you for that. And of course, it's provided the developers called out have applied to our program. And the content process for our partners is being streamlined for 2024, which will be covered in the next part of this presentation. And last but not least, we have a few things becoming available in late September 2024 that we'd like to share with you today. So we'll have the 2024 SDK and build. We'll have the 2020 migrated content available for partner testing. And we will also have the submission pipeline for 2024 content, for which I'll hand off to Todd to go into more detail.
Hello, everybody. As George said, I am with the Marketplace Partner Program team. We are responsible for developing the tools and the processes that are used to ingest content and get it into the InSim marketplace. So I'm going to talk about some of the improvements that we're making in that process, to streamline and help you get your content into the marketplace faster. Just curious if I could have maybe a show of hands, how many of you are approved marketplace developers? Okay, so kind of a 50-50 mix. Well, if you're interested in the program, you can see here on the main Flight Simulator website, there's a link to apply to the program. And you can also get to that sign-up flow from Partner Center. You can see the link there, kind of in the left-hand side, the Microsoft Flight Simulator Partner Program. Okay, so those of you who are approved partners are familiar with the website. We call it the Marketplace Content Portal, MCP for short. How many of you get the reference? Tron? Monitor Control Program, okay. So this is where you can upload your content and keep track of the content that you've previously uploaded. And then you can also, monitor the progress of your content through the testing process, ingestion and testing process. Now, you're also aware that the functional testing is the responsibility of the partner. So we have the UI here where you are informed when your content is available to you in your segment and ready for you to sign off. So once that's available to you, you will test it on your side, and then you will sign off on the content once it's complete. Now, as with 2020, your content packages will be uploaded through MCP, and we're working on improving what we call the validation that happens. So things like invalid characters and file names or incorrect thumbnail resolutions will be caught earlier in the process. Instead of having to get informed through Teams, you'll find out as soon as you upload. So you'll get that immediate feedback. Unlike in 2020, where much of the process, the ingestion process, is manual, the entire process in 2024 is going to be automated. This means you'll be able to iterate faster.
This is actually the most boring presentation so far, at least from my perspective. But I don't know. I'll keep it going. If you would like to continue watching, you're welcome to continue watching on CE
But we're
Air.
also making changes to shorten that time. So, instead of taking over a week, as it currently does, it'll be much faster than that. So what this means is there's no waiting for Microsoft to hand the content back to you to test it. You'll be able to perform your testing and ensure that the content is ready to be released on your own time frame. Now, one big change to the process for 2024, if you recall, in 2020, you author your marketplace, we call the metadata, in the project editor, in the SDK, and then that's exported as part of the package that's submitted to the MCP website. And here you can see a screenshot where we pull out some of that data just to validate the data and indicate, if there's any issues like the title doesn't have the iCow in it for airports, for example. In 2024, all of the marketplace data entry is moving to the website, is moving to MCP, so that will no longer be done in the SDK or in the project editor. So you'll enter the title, your price, description, categories, tags, and also add your thumbnails, manage your thumbnails here. What this means is you'll be able to submit your content packages separate from the marketplace data. And if you have to make changes to the marketplace data, if you do have a problem with a thumbnail or you want to change the price, you don't have to re-upload the entire content package. So, yeah, we think that'll greatly speed things up. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, you'll be testing your content prior to submitting it, okay? The content will be ingested automatically, you can do your testing, and then when it's ready, you'll submit a release request. At that point, that will kick off the process on our end with our test teams, our QA, and the content will be automatically released once that process is complete. So this will reduce all the time lost currently, to going back and forth through teams, on issues that get discovered and then resubmissions that have to take place. So we're hoping to, again, this will greatly speed up the process. Once you submit that release request, that's it, you're done. The content will show up when it gets through the pipeline on our end. Okay, so that's the main flow. There are some additional improvements that we're planning to make using through the Marketplace Content Portal. One of the big ones will be sales. As some of you know, right now the process for handling sales is also very manual. You have to submit a request through Teams, or you receive an invitation through Teams, and then you provide the information about which products you want to put on sale, how much, so on and so forth, all done, manually. That will all move into the MCP website, and you'll be able to handle all of that, in a more streamlined fashion. Hanger descriptions, which is the text that shows up in the hanger once a user has purchased the product. These are written by writers on our side and then handed off to the developer to be included in the package. And then when localization takes place, there's another handoff that has to happen that can be somewhat tricky, and problematic. That's all going to go away. We're going to be implementing a centralized database for the hanger descriptions, and you'll just include a reference in your package to the description. So that should ease a lot of the pain and suffering as well. And then finally, for user access to MCP, we'll have the ability for you to add users, have some controls over who can do what without having to go through Teams when you want to add more people, give more people access to your content management. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm back. Hello. All right. I hope you enjoyed this. This was an experiment, just to be super clear, right? We're like, hey, we don't ever talk about the marketplace. Understand, I was just talking with Evan about the chat. Some people are like, hey, I'm a gamer, why am I watching this? And then some other people are like, hey, I'm a developer, this is great information. So I think we're just, in general, we want to be very transparent with everything, and we want to have a dialogue. So this is a dialogue. This was an experiment. Give us some feedback in the chat. We will read it all, like always. I would say, from my perspective, the marketplace stuff is super important for a couple of reasons. So I look at the first slides that Julie showed, for example, about, hey, this is all about, for example, North America and Western Europe. Should it always be that? I can tell you, like when I chatted yesterday about the 38 world updates that are currently planned, or 28 to go basically, or whatever. That's mostly focusing on other places, South America, Asia, and we will bring new markets to flight simming, which I think is really important, and it might mean something to y'all. The other things, I hope you like the new UI. That was a sneak peek. It's pretty slick. The other thing that was said, I don't know if you caught it. I was sort of joking back there because I was sitting back there. I was like, I think there was a soft announcement when we're shipping the SDK. So the target actually is, and I think Mabel said it, end of September we should have the SDK in your hands if you're a developer. So that gives you enough time. Yeah, and I think that's basically it. Give us some feedback. This is not going to be a one-off. We're going to have that marketplace team give dev Q&As, kind of like what we do. We need to have more dialogue. I think it's been too one way or no way even. So please participate in that. It might be, I don't know, might be quarterly or something. We haven't really quite figured it out yet. But anyways, I hope you liked it. Thank you so much for coming, and have a great rest of the Expo.
All right, that was probably one of the least interesting ones that I've seen, but you know, that's okay. Let's see what we got, and I think that we're getting the upcoming ones here. Take your home cockpit wiring and cable management to the next level. All right, so whoops. Let me see. Do I hear? I think I'm gonna leave it there. I think we had a great presentation by Brian from Setting Intentions, and the other ones, the other presentations were equally good. I think they're just winding down and not as interesting as the build your own PC and the Say Intentions AI one. So I think that I'm gonna leave it here. I appreciate your staying with Sigi Air. Remember, Sigi Air is best in the air. Sigi Air will always take you there. My friends, I don't make this stuff up. I'm only told what to say. So thank you for staying this long streaming, and I'll see you on our next flight. Have a great Sunday.